Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Ready to go live here shortly. Thank you guys for joining me on a second consecutive night in Arsenal stream to play a little bit more Horizon Zero Dawn. I'll see you guys shortly. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. We're going to roll with another testing, testing, 1, 2, 3 because I'm sitting a little bit further away from my mic, hoping I don't blow your eardrums out of your head tonight. Let's see how this goes. Thanks for letting me know, Devin. Can you hear me? And are your eardrums still not ruptured? That's the key. Trying to audio balance here before I go live because I want to make sure that what you guys can hear is good stuff. So let me know what you think. Otherwise, I will be going live within the next minute or two, and I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys for the next couple of hours, playing some more Horizon Zero Dawn. Welcome everybody to BauerKillz Arsenal stream. We're doing 2 nights in a row here because 8 hours apparently of some Horizon Zero Dawn on a Friday night just wasn't enough, Aloy. How is everyone doing? I hope you're doing great on your side of the fence. Thank you for joining me on yet another saunter through the wildlands in Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm excited to be playing this here again tonight with you. I thank you for spending time with me. Let's just hop right on into it. So, this is exactly where I sat last night at the end of that 8 hours. My throat was hurting from talking all that time, and one of the most impactful cutscenes in the game played out, and I had to fast travel from All Mother Mountain down to this campfire because my daughter was losing her mind. However, I did pick up a couple of additional skills last night. I'm looking forward to spending them here, seeing what I can get for 3 more skill points. I really need to pick up, I think, this leader strike. I've had my eye on it since about 10 hours in, and I just continue to put it off because I need to get this strike from below, which will be helpful with some of these bandit camps, which I'm assuming I'm going to be running into quite a bit tonight. But thank you guys for joining me here tonight for another Arsenal stream. Looking forward to doing more of these as we move forward. But let's just get right into some Horizon here. I'm just looking at some of these skills. I think I'm just going to bite the bullet here and get this strike from below so that then in another 3 skill, as I accrue 3 more skill points, I can grab this leader strike and just start absolutely decimating leaders with stealth. So we'll go ahead and pick that up to start the evening. I'm going to be here for the next couple of hours. Don't know if it's going to be 2 hours, 4 hours, or maybe 5. We'll see how it goes. But, sorry, I just saw in that video, Aloy hanging by one hand. I haven't even started playing the game, and she's already being a complete and total badass. But welcome to the stream again, guys. Thank you. And gals, thank you for hanging out with me. It's great to see you here tonight. Feel free to engage with me there. Hit those comments down below. I can see them. I got you guys up on my phone, and I also have you guys up here on my computer where I'm streaming from here on XSplit. Let's hop right on in. Let's see what we got with our main story quest, because we last night spent about 7 hours doing side content. Let's take a look. Aloy journeys to the ruins of Gaia Prime in search of the Master Override, her only hope to defeat Hades. You want to talk about some serious stuff going on. My goodness. Finding out not only that Aloy is, and spoiler alert for any of you out there who have not played the game yet, who maybe are just hopping into the stream for the first time, big spoiler alerts here. Aloy is the daughter of Gaia and apparently Elizabeth Sobek's zygote together to kind of help repair the damage that was done in kind of this forceful takeover by the Hades Protocol, the Hades entity, as part of this overall Gaia AI system. Now, I know a lot of you are probably going to hop in and say that's not a good understanding. I don't understand what's going on, and that's totally fine. First thing I do here is pick up Ridgewood, which really don't need to be picking up any more Ridgewood if last night's stream was any indication. But we're just going to roll with it. So here we've got, let's see, how far away do we got to go to get to the next main storyline quest? Let's see. Active. Go to the Bitter Climb. Oh, the mountain that fell. Actually, okay, so I see. So this is what one of my subscribers told me about, making sure that I am on camera reacting in real time to this particular quest. So we're going to do this tonight. This is something that I'm going to take the same approach I did last night. I'm going to say, and I'm going to fully believe that I'm going to get there by just walking there. When will we get there? Could not tell you. It's 3,125 footsteps away, so probably not for a while because I'm going to get distracted. But that's A-okay. I want more Aloy talking tonight. I want to see her interact with more characters and NPCs, so I'll keep my eye out for some of these awesome side quests that just continue to play a role in me falling more and more in love with this title. Looks like we got a scrapper over here who's upset about something. Let's go release him from his misery, shall we? Hello! You die! Start off with a scrapper kill tonight. Get a single metal shard, and this might be in my head, but I feel like I'm getting far less metal shards now as I kill enemies. I'm not sure if it's something where maybe you get less metal shards as you level up. If anybody has any insight into that, please feel free to let me know. But I just feel like metal shards are becoming more and more difficult to come by. I'm sitting on 650 now. Maybe it's just because I'm using more of them now that I've unlocked some additional weaponry that requires more crafting overall. It just looks like we got multiple scrappers here. So before we start, let's just get crafted up. Make sure we got enough ammo for what we want to be doing here tonight, which is just wrecking face for the most part. So I'm just going to silently and slowly move past these scrappers because they're not really worth my time and effort at this point. Sun's going down. And again, I need to find out where this bitter climb is. Is it all the way? No, not all the way up there. Oh, here we go. Press the square button to show it on map. Okay. So we're going to put a little flag there. And let's see what kind of trouble we get into as we kind of just make our way over to that area of the game. Fully stocked up on health. Looks like I've got plenty of health potions. Well, 2 of them. But I got my medicinal pouch that's full. Yeah, so I could use some more health if last night was any indication. Health potions are something I should always have on me because I'm absolutely terrible. I'm getting a little bit better when it comes to taking these tear blast arrows and knocking off components and starting to pick up that, yeah, there's even more creative ways to take down enemies than I realized by, I don't know, taking the disc launcher off of a Thunderjaw's back and then letting loose. Picked up also last night that corruptors should not be nearly as difficult as I've made them be. Even level 35, I think I am. Yeah, level 35. I'm still struggling with level 18 corruptors because I had not picked up until very end of that stream last night. You need to overheat them to expose the core that will do massive damage to them. So as long as I'm learning and getting a little bit better as we move on, I'm happy, ultimately. But thank you guys again for taking the time to hang out with me tonight. I had multiple people last night talk to me about, where's your donation tip and the ability to tip you and all that, which is really extremely unnecessary. But I did add a donate button on my channel art. You can go there and donate via PayPal. You do not need to do that. The best thing you can do for me is simply like this video, and if you think someone will get any kind of entertainment out of it or enjoyment out of either these live streams or the YouTube videos that I do, whether they're Horizon-based or anything else, please share those as well. That helps me more than anything. But for those of you who are interested, feel free to do that, and thank you ahead of time. Much appreciated and most obliged. So, it feels weird, man, being back in Norland here. I mean, I haven't been here for quite a long time, and coming back after all these hours only to return to a shattered, destroyed, battered settlement gave me mixed feelings because this, as I've talked about at length, Aloy, the way she's written and the way that she interacts with characters in this game and just how organically well put together she is from a narration and a development character standpoint. Yeah, she didn't really have the most fond memories of this place, right? A lot of people gave her a very hard time, but obviously has this very deep sense of destiny, and she's got a very real and very serious purpose. So coming back, knowing that things are going to rest with you and kind of feeling like you're a little bit too late, following a trail of corpses back to Motherheart. Yeah, Mother's Heart here. And, realizing, well, I might be too late only to have to fight a corrupted Thunderjaw was all epic, phenomenal, great stuff. And I'm looking forward to continuing playing tonight. So let's see what we got here. Looks like we got some injured people. So last night it took me a long time to get to some areas that would allow Aloy to kind of interact with NPCs. So I'm glad we're starting off tonight with more of her awesome dialogue.
I won't lie. They are suffering. Usually I would give them Dream Willow for their pain, but our supply is exhausted.
Let me know if you guys have any issues with audio tonight. I'm trying to sit just a little bit further away from the camera. The mic, because, you know, last night, I think as I listened back to some of it, I had a lot of those hard pops coming because I still can't get this pop filter for this microphone. It's been on back order, as I mentioned. And, you know, last thing I want to be doing is blowing out your eardrums. So any issues with audio tonight, you want me to crank the volume up, let me know. Otherwise, feel free to hit me up whenever you want, comment. We'll talk about, you know, this game, anything else. And don't forget, this is also partly a podcast, so there will be times where I go into this mode here and I will begin to rant and rave and talk about everything from Horizon to life to other games to the industry in general. You know, as long as it's acceptable and appropriate and makes sense to be talking about. I had somebody hop in a couple of weeks ago and ask me about an entire race of people. Yeah, none of that tonight. Not trying to deal with any of those topics. Like, don't hop into the comment box and be like, so what are your thoughts on euthanasia? Abortion? Yeah, not those types of things. Just here to kind of hang out and chill and have a good time together. So let's hop back in here and see what this side quest consists of. Let's ask about Dream Willow. What do we got? Send a brave. Here's an idea. I'm busy. Send a brave.
What exactly is Dream Willow?
It's an oil derived from the bark of water willows that soothes pain and beckons slumber. But our supply has run out.
So you need more?
We do. Our hunters keep Dream Willow along brave trails for emergencies. I suppose the stashes in the east might still be full.
I'll look for Dream Willow when I head east.
You will? That's very kind, especially given how rudely I greeted you. I apologize for that. Look for it in stashes along brave trails. Give what you find to my niece, Fee.
All right, so we'll see if this is... Oh, level 7. Not really something I need to do right now. I mean, I'm going to go back at some point. I think once I beat the game and I head through all of the DLC and all that good stuff, I think what I'm going to do is go back and just do every side quest errand that I can get my hands on, because it's going to give me more of a reason to just play this game, because I can already tell I'm not going to want to stop. I'm not going to want to stop. Let's take a quick look here at the trophies, because I have absolutely no idea what the trophies in this game, as far as a platinum is concerned, are looking like. Let's take a gander here. So we're at 41% in the base game, and I love that they've got New Game Plus. So this one I probably won't get. Completed a New Game Plus playthrough on ultra hard difficulty. Just in general, not one of those gamers who anymore really puts a whole lot of time or effort into masochistic runs or runs on the hardest difficulty. I've got to absolutely adore and love a game and want a challenge and kind of be in the mood for that. It's like spaghetti. Maybe twice a year I'll be like, I want some spaghetti, please, you know? But otherwise, if you ask me if I want spaghetti, I'm going to be like, I'm good. That's kind of how it is when it comes to like beat game on hardest difficulty. I mean, probably made much easier by the fact that it's New Game Plus. But I do like that they've got some New Game Plus trophies there. But let's see for the base game what it's going to take to get the platinum. Detach 5 heavy weapons from machines during combat. Certainly we'll pick that one up here sometime soon. And kind of shocked I haven't done that yet. I blame that on my over-reliance early on the spear, which was kind of a problem. I mean, the combat in this game has been a problem for me from the standpoint of I've kind of filtered myself down through that melee tree because it's just so much fun stabbing stuff in the face with spears in this game. It feels just so visceral. It's excellent. Down 23 grazer dummies. Okay, so that's probably a good thing, because every time I see a grazer dummy, which I refer to lovingly as llamas, I attack them instantly. It's just fun. Hidden trophy here. Not sure what we're going to need for that, but that might pop at some point. Reach level 40. Maybe we'll pick that up tonight, depending on what happens. We'll see. I'm going to focus on knocking off a lot of side content, hitting this the mountain who fell, I think it's called. And again, I think one of the subscribers, maybe Carissa, I think her name was, asked me to make sure that when I do that, I'm here on an Arsenal stream and not a stealth stream. So I'll make sure to do that. And I'll do that for you tonight, Carissa. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Really appreciate you taking the time. And I'll make sure that when we go through that, I kind of have the opportunity to react in front of you guys, because it seems like a lot of you have told me you want to be kind of seeing my reaction to these things in real time. So I'll make sure that happens for you. Player level 50, learn all available skills. So those are all within reach. A couple hidden trophies, more hidden trophies, more hidden trophies. Huh. Looks like mostly all hidden trophies remaining. So no idea what it's going to take. Let's see what we got with the Frozen Wilds. Quite a few trophies. Quite a few trophies attached to the Hidden Wilds, and then or the Frozen Wilds, and now it looks like there are feats attached to it as well. Quite a few. So looking forward to checking that out too.
Oh, Mother, please.
Just want to make sure I'm going, excuse me, going in the right direction. Yep. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just run out of here. Can I get into the...
Just as all mothers struck down.
Kind of want to see where this river goes. It looks like it leads out this way, so that's not the route I want to take. So let's head out this way out of the village. And I'm just eager. Every time I spin up this game, the first thing I'm eager to do is just get out into the wild. Just get out in the wild and see where that journey takes me. You know, I talked a lot last night about this game rewarding you in very, very cool, unique ways. Yeah, so I got all this mountain I got to get around. So what I'm going to do is hit this campfire right here. Is there another camp? Yeah, we'll hit this campfire here. Looks like we've got a new quest to pick up over there. So let's hit this. Oh, what's this one? Ancient Armory. Find a use for the power cell. Okay. So let's actually hit the flag there. Let's hit this campfire. Because as you can see, and again, I love this about the map, right? I keep talking about all the little things in this game that I love. I love the topography of the map. You can get at a very quick glance an idea. So I'm kind of stuck in this little nook. You can see it's almost like 3D popping off the screen. I would have to go all the way down here and then all the way around this mountainside. There are some quests here that I haven't picked up, but if this last quest was any indication, that'll probably be a fairly low-level quest. But these power cells are something I've become increasingly interested in as I've picked up more of them, and it looks like I can get some answers here. So let's head out. You know, this is also going to help me get around this corner without having to kind of just needlessly run around and not be doing much. Still want to... you got to wait for me to stop jumping there. Still want to make sure that I'm running or using a mount to get to where I'm going other than fast travel, but I think tonight it's going to make a lot more sense just to simply use some of these fast travel packs and get around at least a little bit more efficiently than I was doing last night. I gotta tell you guys, I could be level 50 and this will never get old. Let's get this Bannock culling bow out. I mean, this honestly is just, I don't know what it is about it. It just gives me unbridled joy to hit these canisters with fire and just watch the resulting explosions and chaos.
Bad day for one of us.
I mean, stop me if you guys have heard me say this before. That's so satisfying. Took right off the head. Took the head right off. I love that jumping spear attack. It took me a while kind of to pick up on the fact that you could... you know, quite easily take off components before I picked up these Tear Blast arrows last night. I keep calling them Tear Blast. They're Tear Blast, I believe. But it took me a while before I realized an easier way to remove those components. And again, one of those millions, or at least it feels millions of aha moments to take off components easier is to do that jumping spear attack. And it's just fun still to kind of take out lower level enemies that way. So it looks like we got 4 of you guys in here and counting. So thank you guys for joining me tonight. I'll just kind of recap what we're doing. I had somebody ask me very specifically to do this quest on camera, the mountain that fell. And if you were here for last night's stream, you know that last quest moved me deeply. I thought it was just a phenomenal story dump. It blew my mind out of the back of my skull, quite frankly. It was just absolutely phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to doing that, and I'm up to doing a little bit of fast traveling tonight. Not all the way to where the storylines are, but like I was up here just recently, and I realized because of this awesome topography on the map, I'd have to walk all the way down here and around, and I wasn't interested in doing that. So I hit up this campfire. And oh, by the way, Ancient Armory, find a use for the power cell, popped up on my map, and I'm extremely interested in that because as I pick up these power cells more often, I get more intrigued as to what they're going to be used for. One other thing that I touched on earlier, and I don't want to hark on this because I really don't do this for any other reason than to have an outlet to meet cool people and share my love of video games. But I had a number of you guys pinging me and asking me last night about donations. I did throw up a PayPal donation thing on my channel. You can find it on my channel art. But seriously, the best thing that you can do is just like the video and share it, as well as my other content. If you think that anybody you know would be interested in it or get entertained by it or find any kind of value in it, that's the best thing you can do for this channel. But for those of you who asked about that, it is there, and but don't feel any need for that because that is not at all what this is about. Let's head over here. I guess there's a merchant here. Go ahead and slide up a little creepily. See if we get a free box here. Nope, looks like I hit this merchant earlier in the game. Don't think there's much here that I can sell, but let's just take a look and make sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we do have some machine cores we can sell here. That's always a good thing. Mark to sell. Yep, we got some ancient charms as well. I had some of you guys last night just giving me some phenomenal advice as well out over on the subreddit for Horizon about kind of how to approach selling items and what to hold on to and what to get rid of. And it's been very much appreciated because of the very minor issues that I've had with this game thus far. Because make no mistake, this game to me is a 10 out of 10. And as I kind of went on a little bit of a rant last night, no game is perfect, right? A 10 out of 10 doesn't mean a game is perfect, but of the small issues that I have with it, one of those things is that they don't really do a great job of explaining, clearly certain concepts and certain things.
What's down here?
And one of those is, what you should and should not hold on to, even though it's kind of self-explanatory in some ways as far as, the description. Okay, if the only thing that it's worth doing or it's good for is selling to merchants, then you get rid of it. But then I picked up there are some other resources you can kind of take that approach with as well, despite also being used for maybe a couple of other things. Absolutely love seeing the lighting on the water over there, just kind of reflecting off the cave wall. Reminds me of the old pool in my home growing up. All right, we got a metal flower. Love picking up these metal flowers. Always brings me joy. There's just something about watching them like blossom up out of the ground and knowing that you pick them up in sets, you're going to get something cool for them. I believe there's a vendor out in Meridian who will sell them or buy them off of you. Bunker discovered. All right, I'm already liking what I'm hearing from Aloy. This is not a bunker, it's a ruin. Hard to argue with that. And again, the game just continues to be awesome when it comes to what is that? Yeah, I'm getting some very real Metroid vibes right now in there. What is that?
From the age of the old ones.
How
do I get to it?
Ultra Weave Armor. Experimental personal armor. Nanofiber construction with inlaid microprojector network. Guys, I don't know what to say at this point that I haven't already said. The game continues to feel fresh. Damn near 50 hours into this experience. Absolutely awesome. Great way to start off the stream. Before I continue, Welcome to the stream tonight, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, whether you're a new viewer, whether you were here last night or all the way back on day one. Thanks for chilling. Feel free to hit me up in the comments there down below. I can see them. I can respond to you. I'm trying to sit a little bit further away from the microphone here tonight because I think there was a little pop going on last night. So if I blew out your cerebellum, my sincere apologies for that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, supporting me, guiding me, encouraging me, and just interacting with me. And even those of you who just simply put this on in the background while you're at work, cleaning your house, whatever it is, you guys rock, and I really appreciate it. So let's go check out what this Ultra Weave armor is. And I've heard about this. People keep asking me, have you heard of this yet? I'm like, I don't know what that is. But it kind of makes sense now. All of these power cells that I picked up might be leading to what just looks like awesome, epic, almost Predator-like armor, at least from this vantage that I'm looking at. Let's take a gander. And also just an amazing job for all of these areas, which could have very easily felt very samey.
Graphic interface.
You know, these ruins, they all kind of feel different. Oh, we got our hollow lock here we got to find. So I know what to do.
I think the old ones use numbers like this to indicate time.
All right, we got 1200, 1500, 1821, and then we're going to get 24. Going by threes. Let's see. Examine the breakers.
These devices are missing power cells. I'll have to find power cells to get these to work.
I think, at least for this layer, I assume there's going to be multiple layers here. I got 2. I picked up 3.
There.
Thank you to Plums last night. He told me, you know, on your way back to that main story mission. Plums, by the way, is I think one of my subscribers who's just been a great resource for me. Very much appreciated.
Code. Maybe there's a clue nearby.
All right, 1200, 15, 18, 21, 24. So let's do this by from a clock perspective, right? So 1200, we're going to go with military time. 1500 is going to be 3 o'clock. So then we're going to want to turn this clockwise. There we go, 3
Maybe
o'clock.
there's some more information nearby. Something that will tell me how this works.
18 would be your 6 o'clock, so that'll be down all the way at the bottom. Boom. 2100 is going to be, we'll turn counterclockwise once. Whoops. Or we'll just go clockwise. And let's hit up, I guess 2400 would be midnight. You gotta see 12, yep. 3. 6 at the bottom. 21 would be 9. Maybe I'm not as smart as I think.
Red light. I'm not getting in.
Alright, or maybe I start from this direction and roll to the right. Maybe that's what we do. Okay, so let's try that. So we got 12 o'clock. We're going to go with 3 o'clock here. Six o'clock, yep. 9 o'clock. Let's go counterclockwise. Doesn't really matter, I guess, because it's going to be 2 dials either way. And then there it is. Okay. So just needed to start from the left to the right rather than right to the left. Oh, guys, I'm getting excited now. Let's take a look at this armor. Let's see if it looks as cool as it. Oh, yes. Oh my dear Lord, yes, it does. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just hope I have enough power cells. Picked up 3 of them, as I mentioned, in that free heap last night, so let's see if we can unlock it. See what we got here. Ultra Weave Trials. Alright. Weave is not tightening properly on local impact tests. We need to optimize existing sensors or add more. Ballistic test, shrapnel test, laser test, shield integrity, impact, torso, arms, and legs. Note, sensor optimization successful. So it looks like they've tested it out. Getting there on the weave density and detection components, but an integration error on the left knee. Tank the impact test. Subject isn't going to be able to walk that one off. Surgery required. Ouch. It's gonna buff out though. It's gonna buff out. Walk it off. Let's see. This looks just like a searchable container. Picking up some good stuff. pick up some health potions without having to go and craft up some of that fatty meat. Or nice. I love picking up these health potions. I love that they always drop these supply crates in these bunker areas in just the right spots, and it feels like it's always meaningful. You know, it feels like I'm getting significant, legitimate resources out of them. It's great. Let's see what we see here. Major Garrow. General, you wanted fast, cheap, and good, and that's what we're going to deliver. By using a flexible nanofiber weave instead of plating and enhancing protection with a 400 EV hardlight microprojector, we've reduced our testing cycle from weeks to days. And I'm confident we can get the suit out by next month, Colonel, with enough production to cover dozens of elite units at least. All right, that's enough snake voice for now. Better yet, it will be half the weight, half the cost, and offer twice the mobility. All we need is the balance of our funding, a few more techs, and another experienced test subject. I know resources are stretched to the breaking point, but any more delays will jeopardize the schedule, so please advise as soon as possible. May God be with you and Jane in these dark times. Semper Fi, Major Garrow. Just kind of the way that all of these notepad or these notebook entries read, it like as you read them out loud, they just, yeah, they come out well and very organic and real. They don't feel like, you know, they're just kind of Stephen Kinging it with, you know, no offense to any Stephen King fans out there, but, you know, he'll take like 2 paragraphs to explain something you can get done in 1 sentence. And sometimes games for log files and stuff will say, you know, we'll read maybe okay, but then once you kind of think about it or read it more or say it out loud, it's like, yeah, they kind of overanalyze this a little bit too much. Again, that would be a nitpick in most games. That's not really an issue.
Just need to install these power cells. That should do it.
All right, guys. Yo, I'm losing my mind. I'm pretty sure I got enough power cells because I got 3 last night and I had at least 2, I believe. Let's look in our inventory and see what we got. Power cell. Tiny meat. Nope. Special items. How many power cells we got? Signal arrow package. Ah, so sad. I really thought I had enough. I thought I had picked up 5 of them, but clearly had not. So let's just go ahead and repair this now. And I guess it makes sense. I mean, there's probably 2, maybe. Yeah, there's probably only this amount in the whole game because this armor just looks like they could take this armor and then just make a new franchise based around it. Maybe that Vanquish sequel that we all so desperately deserve. If you haven't played Vanquish from the PS3, Xbox 360 days, it was kind of like this game that involved a dude in a power suit, and it was an action, fast-paced action game that just really was extremely well done. Really a great game overall, but never really got the attention that it deserved, so it kind of fell off and didn't get a sequel. I would not be upset if there was a game made based off just how badass that armor looks. And in my mind, I just automatically think, hey, maybe this is the Vanquish sequel. I don't know. So this is really cool, though. Now I know we've picked up what these power cells are meant for. Keep my eye out for the next couple. And as soon as I pick up 2 more, I will be back to pick up that armor, which I keep hearing I'm desperately going to need for the DLC. I'm also interested in picking up some additional armor sets for some different fights because they all have their own resistances and they all look like they're worth putting time and effort into. And, you know, as I mentioned last night and probably in a couple of other streams, I've always been a big fan of cosmetics in games. So even if it's, let's say, not like the most... Yeah, even if it's not the best choice, we'll say, for any given situation, you know, I do like kind of seeing, you know, my main character in different garb and kind of doing their thing with some new kicks, right? All right, so we're gonna head now. We're gonna head up towards this story mission, which again is pretty far away, but that's okay. I want to get into a lot of trouble tonight. If I come across a Thunderjaw, if I come across a Behemoth, I'm not going to back down from them. I want to challenge myself to get better because last night I feel like I kind of got a general sense of how much improving I need to do. And hanging out on the Reddit also hasn't helped by seeing how awesome the folks on there are, taking out Thunderjaws in like 10 seconds with precision shots, and got my blood pumping. I'm ready to kind of up my game a little bit and stop sneaking around quite so much. So we'll start off tonight with we'll start off tonight with a mount. See, I love that there, that even though that water is deep, I mentioned this last night, even though that water is a bit deep, because you had enough momentum to kind of get you to the other side, you didn't, a la like Red Dead Redemption 2, just like stop or your horse throw you off, or you have to take the long way around. I know there's probably instances where you have to do that, but I don't know. I just kind of like the way that momentum is taken into account in this game. Whether it's you're killing an enemy and that enemy's falling a certain or particular way, or if you're climbing up as Aloy a certain. Last night I was climbing up a certain wall, and it was kind of a vertical, more of a vertical climb. You could kind of see her animation change, and she put her hands up against her to kind of do like this little shimmy. Weight and movement in this game is definitely second to none, whether you're talking about combat, traversal, or anything else. Okay, just want to make sure I'm going the right way here. Don't want to be heading back into Mother's Heart. Okay, well, that's not going to help. Let's see. So this is going to take us... Okay, so I'm going to go out here. Okay, so I know what we want to do. We're going to go out here, and we're going to go to the right. To the left, rather. Sorry. There we go. The map is really easy to reference too. I like that as well. I like that you can pull that map up very quickly and instantly kind of see, mixed with that topography, where you need to go and how you need to adjust. I really appreciate the time and effort they've put into that. It's very easy to get to with the touchpad. You don't have to go and scroll through multiple functions or interfaces to get there, and you can very quickly see where you need to go as well from a visual standpoint. Very nice quality of life feature in the game. Funds for Peace says, I think you're missing the power cell from the first room you fell into as a kid in the last one in the mountain that fell mission you have coming up. Sweet, thank you. Didn't know there was a power cell when I was a kid in there, but I did have... Ooh, all right, Shell Walker. Let's do some mounted combat tonight. Thank you, Plums. Thanks for that. We'll make sure to kind of check both of those out. That's not at all what I wanted. But I love hitting this claw. And, they got the shield up, and then, of course, you can still... like to get a little bit better with taking down some of these more heavier armored enemies without having to use a health potion. That's kind of been my point of focus, right? I want to make sure that as I'm getting better at the game, I'm not using health potions or relying on them as much. But no, that's great to know, Plums. Thank you. I know in the opening part of the game, when you're first in All Mother Mountain as an adult, one of my subscribers told me they had missed the power cell I found in there, and they went back and picked it up. So knowing that that ruin when I was a kid contains one, and then the mission I'll do here later tonight will also have one, I think by the end of this stream tonight we'll have that Ultra Weave armor, and I will lose my collective mind over it. I'm very excited to see it. I had no idea it looks so cool. It almost reminds me a little bit of the Enclave armor, which I miss the Enclave so much in Fallout. They need to bring them back. But it reminds me a little bit of some Fallout armor, and that's always a good thing, at least in my mind. Uh-oh. They all saw me. Oh, it looks like we got a bunch of red-eye watchers over there rather than these regular watchers. Had a lot of fun with this roadcaster last night. All right, let's kill this turkey and call it a day. And by call it a day, I mean continue on the way. That was a bit unnecessary with the cryo shot, but I love the in the mid-air jump. It's always cool. Yo, scrap.
Leave me alone.
Oh, we got a charger. We can. I wouldn't mind getting a mount once again. Is this just a regular watcher? Yeah, it is. Okay, I don't need to really mess around with it then. There, I thought I could override it. I guess not. This ain't gonna do me much good. Fog slowly rolls in and the rain comes in and just the entire atmosphere changes. Never gets old. No matter how many times you see it happen, it just continues to just... I kind of get some near automotive feels here from seeing some of this old equipment in the ground being overrun. By the way, it's another game, guys, I may or may not be playing on stream at some point in the future. Nier. For those of you who've been with this channel from the beginning, you know I played the original Nier when it first came out on PS3, and I showed that original copy often. But seeing Nier Replicant come out and that be able to be released to a whole new audience who almost certainly missed it the first time around has just been awesome to see. So. I've played it and beaten it before, so I'm kind of taking a little bit of a... Okay, you know what, Rabbit? It's enough hopping. No more hop for you. It's just been a blast to see Nier Automata come out and get the appreciation it deserves, and then give that game a second chance at life. Re-release, I played a little bit of. It looks like they've done a really great job of faithfully bringing it back. Updating it maybe a little bit, but it's really mostly the same game with some quality of life improvements. Pick up a campfire here, give us another fast travel point. Let's go get our free box from this merchant. Hello. There we go. Free sample box. Definitely something I love seeing every time I see a new merchant. And I was saying last night, you know, the new merchants are essentially the, merchants in this game are essentially the only NPCs for the most part, other than they're the ones that just walk around and, you know, say one-liners when you talk to them outside of them. But they're one of the only NPCs in the game that don't really carry a whole lot of character with them in a large way. And yet there's still always incentive to talk with them and spend time with them when you come across them, because they always have that free sample box. So it still makes it worth the player's time to interact with them, and that's something I greatly appreciate.
the Spark. Name's Jira. I run this fine watering hole.
I like what you've done with the place. Something troubling you, Jira?
When the Karja fort opened, I got word that my husband had come looking for me. But only the word made it to the fort. He didn't.
You have a husband?
Kender. Beat him in an arm wrestling match. I left him behind when I left the claim. Some metal sellers passed him at the bridge near the glare break. Seeing as you drift on the wind, little Spark.
If I'm out that way, I'll look for him, but do you want him to find you, Jira?
Ever have those mornings when you wake up without all the answers?
Literally daily.
Still, I'll be heading up to the fort to resupply. Luck on your travels.
So we got level 15 here, the Oseram Alewife. And even right there now, I'm starting to kind of put together who the Oseram are and then the difference between them and the Karja and the Shadow Karja and the Noras. It's just all so well presented to the player. And like I've been saying, it just sinks in over time. And now, Alewife is another, you Forge Hunter, Death Seeker, all this awesome lore that they've built in and baked in carefully into the game. It's kind of like, in that regard, it's kind of like, I use this metaphor a lot. If you guys follow me and follow this channel, you'll probably hear me make this. Metaphor more than once. Like, anybody can make a dish hot, right? Anybody can make, some level of food, right? Even if it's just Kraft macaroni and cheese, and then be like, okay, I'm going to put a bunch of, hot peppers into a blender and toss them in there, and it's really hot. But that doesn't mean that food's going to taste good. It doesn't feel, it takes a skilled chef or maybe not a chef, but somebody who has some level of talent and skill in order to add heat into a dish and continue to kind of bring that flavor through and make it not taste like kerosene. Same kind of thing here, right? With what I was just talking about. With the lore and kind of the jargon and those types of things. They're not just throwing them out there and, needlessly. They've done a really good job of carefully baking it into the player experience. And, over time now I've become, it's like every time I come in to start streaming, my daughter decides that's the one time during the day she's going to lose her mind. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab. Sorry, I went on mute a little bit early. I'm going to go tend to this. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a brewski, and we're going to continue on our way towards this main story mission and see what kind of trouble we get into on the way. Thank you guys for joining me here tonight. Hope you're all having a great Saturday, or maybe it's Sunday where you are, depending on regions and all that good stuff. But we'll be right back, and we'll see you here shortly. All right, I'm back. Looks like we got another chat. Thank you guys for hanging in. I only lost one viewer on my way out taking care of the kiddo. And it's Alferio10. What's up? Thank you for coming back and hanging out again. Says, this is a kind of fun side quest you just picked up. If you feel like taking a detour on the way to the bitter climb, yes, I do. Absolutely, I do. We'll take a page out of the office's notebook with that statement right there. Absolutely, I do. Just a little less malicious. I mean it. Let's go ahead and crack up a brewski here before we hop back in tonight. Oh boy, did I forget to bring in my bottle opener? I sure did. Give me 1 second, lady. Sorry about that. Alrighty, I'm back with a can opener, which just happens to have a little top for cracking the brewski. Alferio, I did find out what that Shield Weaver armor was a little bit earlier here tonight. Lost my mind. Don't know if you're here for it. 2 power shells short. I'm saying power shell, and I should be saying power cell, although power shell is a very real thing if you are familiar with computers. And, of course, to my rescue came Plums for Peace, who immediately told me, here are the 2 power cells. One of them you're coming up on, and the other one you missed at this point in the game. So we're going to pick up that armor tonight before we hop off stream. So I see 5 of you have joined. Thank you for hanging out, spending time here with me yet again tonight. It's been awesome. This is going to be the 3rd time I've said this. I'm not going to, really, well, I'm not even going to bother, actually. So I don't want to be harping on things. Yeah. So on my channel, I added a donation link for people who are asking about it tomorrow. But yesterday, the most important thing is just liking the video. I don't do this for that, right? I just put it up there because people have been asking me about it. So as I see people hopping in and out, I do this as an outlet. One day, maybe it'll be a side business, maybe somewhere down the road. I'm just having fun meeting people, growing the channel, putting out content. I'm just having fun. But thank you guys for joining me. That's the most important thing. Don't ever feel obligated in any way, shape, or form, because this is not about finances, even 1%. So, quests. Let's see. Which quest did I just pick up? Because I can't remember. It was, let's see, side quest, A Moment's Peace, Trader's Bounty, Insult to Injury. I think it was an errand to old equate. That's right. The Oseram Alewife, because I was talking about how well done they do this, right? How phenomenal they do this. You kind of baking in the jargon and the lore into the game and doing it in a way that actually is meaningful and impactful. So yeah, let's do it, Alferio. Yeah, a couple power cells are easy to miss, but the armor is worth it. Yeah, the armor actually reminds me of the Enclave armor. I was saying that a little bit earlier. And Fallout, by the way, Bethesda, please get on bringing the Enclave back for the love of God. Let's see. Let me just make sure I'm going to the right place here. It's all the way over here, huh? Go to the bridge near the Glare Beak. Okay. And that's really not that far away. Let's see. We got 1,892 miles. We just or footsteps. Let me go ahead and just we'll just focus up there. So that's where we're gonna head. We're gonna give Gara. Yeah, we're gonna give Gara, whatever her name is. We're going to we're gonna take care of her here. So let's go hop in there. 1,894. I need to pick up a mount. Even though I do not mind running in the ranges, kind of staring at mountain ranges and watching the fog float in and out of the valley in real time. Grab this brewski here. Looks like I'm running a little bit further away. I also talked a little bit earlier, so let me get around this mountain pass here. I don't need to. We'll go to this campfire. I'm gonna fast travel a little bit more tonight. especially what I heard last night is that the PS5, you guys have told me, is certainly increased load times, which is something I'm glad to hear. The load times have been great. I've noticed in every PS4 game that I've played on this PlayStation 5, there is some level of improvement in that experience. Mostly it's the load times, but in like your Ghost of Tsushima's of the world, for instance, it'll just automatically unlock from 30 frames a second to 60, which is just an awesome touch by Sucker Punch, by the way. So let's go check this out. Okay, this is where I killed my mount in front of a bunch of children to set an example. I remember this place. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, that was another place. This is, however, where I struggled mightily last night because of these storm birds. One of them glitched out, and I just sat there for about 15 minutes shooting it with arrows. Well, we'll try to avoid that as much as possible here tonight. But, yeah, you guys will hear me say a lot of the same things about, you know, like right there you see, as we lead over to the mountains, you see the snow just slowly but surely starting to gather on the ground. And then even though it's still very clearly kind of an arid region, you see that it's higher up in altitude and the snow, it makes sense it would be there. And then it just seamlessly transitions into the mountains, and it's gorgeous. I've also noticed that like the patterns in the cloud,
Refreshing.
in the clouds are always different, and kind of the way they move at, you know, different velocities and speeds and all that good stuff. I know it sounds like I'm really overanalyzing it, but it's just, I love when developers take time to do the little things. And probably one of the things that blew my mind the most that I didn't experience myself, but that I saw on the Horizon subreddit, was somebody put up a video of these no, these are big guys. Okay. Somebody put up a video of like a giant puddle that over time just slowly evaporated and disappeared, and they did kind of like the time-lapse approach to that, and it was just really cool. Let's hit a quick save here. I also like how the ambient sound changes wherever you go, the different wildlife that comes out. All right, guys, so I said this earlier, and I mean it. So I just hit a campfire, and there's a Thunderjaw right there. And I'm not going to shy away from it because I need to get better at this game, and there's only one way to do that. It's to get repeatedly killed until I finally get down a pattern and learn things. So let's get, let's see here. Oh, I do have those treasure boxes. Let's get the Tear Blast here going, because if I can get that disc launcher up, I can take it down, I think, a little bit quicker. Shadow Sharp Shot Bow, slow firing, but yep, that's what I want. I gotta remember where that disc launcher is. Is it right on top or is it back here? Disc launcher is right over. Okay, that's what I want. So it's on its left flank. Looks like we got a Sawtooth and or a Ravager over there. Something else that I really love about this game that just constantly blows my mind is like you get this Lampa grass, and I'm going to use the Ghost of Tsushima term for it, the brush, whatever. That's all over the place, but it's very well integrated into the environment itself. So you just get this general sense of this isn't just here for video game design, but it actually belongs. So this is the disc launcher right there, right? Oh, glad I did not fire. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if that was the disc launcher or not, but we're about to find out, aren't we? I think that might have been the disc launcher. It's that tail attack that always gets me. I'm gonna get this tail. I mean, let me be clear with you guys. There's a couple things in my life that I've wanted to do, right? Nope, that's a dead watcher. That's not at all a disc launcher. That was a horrible shot. I do say so myself. There's a couple things I've wanted to do in my life. One is crawl through the chocolate tube and double dare, and the other one is to take off this damn tail of a Thunderjaw. I'm gonna. I'd really like to take care of one of those bucket list items tonight. I'll let you guys guess which one that might be. Give you a clue. It just attempted to murder me. All right now. Where is it? That's an echo shell. That is not the disc launcher. Nope. Still not the disc launcher. This, however. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh, yes. Yes. Now, I kind of miss my sling and getting, or my rope caster, rather. Everyone last night kept talking about how awesome the rope caster was, so that's what I'm going to use. We're going to see how many times. Oh, I got it, and it feels good. Guys, thank you so much, by the way, for that heads up on that rope caster. Let's tie it down here again. Uh-oh. I know that attack because I got one shot by a corrupted Thunderjaw last night. Alright, so it looks like we got him tied up. So let's cross off the bucket list right now, this tail. Looks like we can still continue to turn around. I just can't go a certain direction. I mean, to me, it's like a matter of principle at this point. It's nothing other than a matter of principle. Got to get the tail. He really does not want me hitting that tail, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, buddy. Where's the tail? There it is. Oh, I thought for sure I had it. And then my heart was just totally broken by seeing that tail still hanging out there. Because I know it's gonna smack me. I mean, let's be honest here. This tail is absolutely gonna hit me. Did we get it? Nope, we missed it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Track it, Aloy, track it. There we go. You guys have no idea how accomplished I feel right now. Now all I gotta do is somehow figure out a way to time travel, crawl through that chocolate tube and double dare, pick the giant nose, get every flag, and then win myself a pair of Skechers. I mean, just seeing this thing completely and totally, well, I don't want to say totally defenseless, but, you know, just severely injured and sparking up everywhere. We're about to hit it with freeze and then just rock its day. I know so many of you out there are probably like, man, I've seen so many people do this battle. Well, you know what? I'm a 35-year-old man. I'm doing the best I can. Really, Ravager. You're gonna try to. That's what you're gonna do. And down goes the Thunderjaw. All right, I feel pretty good. I feel really good. Now now it's time to kind of lay the smack down on someone who's trying to ruin my moment, ruin my spiel about Double Dare and Nickelodeon in the early '90s, in 2021. That was definitely worth
Mine
the
now.
definitely worth the effort. All right, here, buddy. There we go. There's that Ravager cannon you guys have been telling me about. Oh, this is satisfying. Hello. Ready? Oh my gosh. I mean, the game just, in just so many ways, it just continues to amaze me. Look at all the components just splayed across the desert with what I'm pretty certain are the Rocky Mountains just kind of watching and saying, damn. Love the little shards of metal up there that are just overlooking this plain. Always something cool to see. Always something fun to do. New things to learn. And I love just casually just sauntering through the environment and looting the destruction that Aloy has just carried out. Frank Yeager says, I just did this mission. Items to collect in a herd of tramplers, no big deal. Just happens to be right next to 2 thunder jaws that are easily to accidentally aggro. Yeah. So I'm getting all excited about killing a thunder jaw. 2, yeah, Frank Yeager, that's not something I'm ready for.
Good meat.
Ooh. Picked up a boar in the crossfire there. Let's get some metal shards. I thought it said there I obtained 931 metal shards. You know, I've got 931. Let's see, is there anything else that I'm missing here? I know I need to pick up some medicinal... I always pick up fire killing roots by accident. You know, it's good to know. That's good to know, Jaeger. Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep my head on a swivel. Looks like I got another skill point here. So I'm 2 more skill points until I can get that leader strike and then start taking on bandit hideouts a little bit more. All right, so let's continue, guys. Head towards the side quest. The side quest area. Looks like we got some lance horns here that want to fight. That's fine. In the booty! Oh. Oh. Oh, I see how it is. So these guys are actually bad. Okay. Well, you know what they say. When in doubt, pull a T-1000 and just freeze the Everwood. Get out of them!
Get it together, you.
Oh, great. Alright, you know what? That was just piss poor. There. Yeah, sorry.
Ain't afraid you die. Ain't afraid you.
So I will say this. The AI for humans in the game are very easy to abuse. Oh, hey, here's a missing component that I didn't. So I'm just going to kind of... I guess this is a leader, though, so there's not really a whole lot that I can do. Call it a bandit heavy, so I can't do an instant kill, rather, is kind of what I meant there, but I can do this little headshot that just takes care of business. The more that I use this shadow bow, is that what we got here? Is that the shadow bow? What do we got? Yeah, the shadow sharp shot bow. The more that I use that, the better I'm getting used to it. Or the more I'm getting used to it, rather. 2 full health potions, 2 health boost potions, and 6 health potions. So it looks like fighting these bandit heavies are worth doing. That'll save me up on crafting, so anytime I come across them, I definitely want to make sure to do them. Plums for Peace says something fun to do is to override one of the thunder jaws in that zone and watch them demolish each other. Yeah, Plums, you've really given me a whole lot of great advice when it comes to overriding. So when I was on that mountainside last night, fighting that Stormbird and just getting my my booty handed to me straight up. You gave me great advice that, hey, by the way, you did Cauldron Zeta. How about you override it, noob? Except you didn't call me a noob. You just kindly told me that. I just thought to myself, I'm only mildly retarded. No, I think that's a great call, and that's kind of what I was thinking a little bit. If I can get there now that I've done that Cauldron, I'm able to override Thunderjaws. Supposedly, if I can get close enough to one, I should do that for sure. So, by the way, guys, how's my audio coming through? Am I blowing out your eardrums? Are you hearing static, anything like that? Like I said, I'm a little bit further away tonight because I think I was maybe a little bit too close last night, and I don't want to be messing around with stuff. Took me a while to get back up to close to 1,000 armor shards, but I'm there now, and I'm starting to feel pretty good about it. Grab a sip of brewski here. Thank you guys again for hanging out here with me, BauerKillz, on a Saturday night. I think I'm gonna be doing these Arsenal streams more often. You guys seem to really be getting a kick out of it, and I'm having a ton of fun just chatting with you guys and talking.
Fascinating. If they weren't looking for me.
I found a pretty decent way to keep most of this equipment up without it interrupting some other aspects of life. So I'll be able to maybe not have to go through as much setup as I thought to kind of keep things going here. Anything here that I can... Okay, yeah, we got chargers, which is good. I'd like to get a mount. It's nice. I mean, the world... The world is so big that you would think you would need a mount, but it's so well put together. And it's so much fun to explore that I never feel like I need one. I never have any issues kind of running across. Like right now, I've come across this whole plane on foot, and it's been maybe a little bit, you know, maybe a little bit active. It's been fun. Freeze rhyme route. Actually, let's take a look here, see if I can use some of this stuff up. Let's craft up some traps and potions. Yeah, I really don't feel like I need any full health potions at the moment. Or any potions, really. I just want to see if I can craft up any... Yep, there we go. So we can... Weapon satchel. Increase the size of your weapon satchel. That's actually huge. I can do it twice. All right, that makes me happy. So now I can get that sling going along with the rope caster, my bandit culling bow, so I can have kind of those fire arrows and those quick normal arrows for the lower level folks and wildlife hunting, and not have to worry much about... hopping into my inventory. That's awesome. I did not know that was something that I could do. Is get even more slots open on my quick wheel. That's awesome. I might as well get all of these crafted up because I got plenty of roots here. I guess maybe I just need to assign him here in the inventory. So let's go in there. Bandit culling bow is kind of the one that I really like. Choose a slot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe it is still just 4. But okay, I see what it is here. Okay, so it increases my satchel straight up, like right here in this spot of the UI. Okay, good deal. Not gonna argue with that. That's good. There's plenty of weapons to pick up, plenty of things to tinker with, and honestly, just switching it up doesn't take very long at all. Let me see if there's the ability now to finally upgrade this rope caster a little bit with some. There we go, 17% handling. That'll be good. That's something better than nothing, right? Let's also look at our outfits. It's been a while since I took a look. I do like this Storm Ranger outfit as well. That gives me melee damage. That gives me... actually, I don't know what that gives me. I just think that here having... I think right now just this Nora Survivor Heavy is just where it's at. Shadow Stalwart Light. This Kestrel armor will make for a good disguise and steals its wearer against blinding effects. Highly customizable. I mean, just every single outfit in this game looks... so good on Aloy, and I don't mean that in any kind of like physical way, even though she's very well put together. I mean, just like the designs that they've put together in these different armor sets for her are awesome. And there is a large number of them. I love seeing them continue to pop up as I continue to play the game. And then here we've got a random data point, which again here gives you kind of that sense of there's a need, there's an incentive. Look at the fog in the valley. I mean, just the fog rolling through between those two peaks and rolling out again over here on this other side. The dynamic weather and day-night cycle continue to blow my mind. But anyway, you know, it's just fun to explore the world and to exist in it and to, you know, to traverse it. But, you know, the data points that they put out here, as well as yet another incentive to not just be fast traveling around or sprinting everywhere. Phantom limbs. Could this possibly be another Metal Gear moment? Dictation on. My legs hurt. I keep reaching down to rub them, but of course they're not there. Oh yeah, so this is a real thing in real life. When someone loses a limb, they've got kind of, they feel like it's still there type of deal. I've talked with people in my personal life who have missed a limb or are missing a limb in the past about this, and they tell me this is a very real thing. I tell you, it's one thing to hear about ghost limbs, another to be haunted by them. Yet again, an awesome example of phenomenal writing. So I talked about this in that Ultra Weave area, just how natural that, like, when you're reading these out loud, it sounds, and how well written they ultimately are. This is kind of like hitting in that soft spot. Moment my hand passes an empty space, I'm back in Bridgewater, and that nano haze is stripping my legs layer by layer as the squad's medbot drags me out of the line of fire, and I start screaming. Like I was screaming there in two places at once. Two halves, but one of them gone forever. Dissolved. Can feel that, man. And through the wall of the infirmary, I can hear them cheering. Cheering the MRB for saving our asses, covering our evac back there, crediting them with NYC still standing after a week. Do they even hear when I start screaming? Sergeant says I'll have prosthetics fitted tomorrow, good as new, but I know he's lying. I'll never be good again. So that mental toll that this is taking on people in this pre-fallen world, knowing now that what we know about Operation Enduring... oh my goodness, why am I forgetting the name of the operation? So anyway, they're out there, essentially, this kind of stuff is happening. They're celebrating that New York City is still standing after a week, and we all know that it's all a lie, that it's all going to fall anyway, and then people are paying these tolls. As they said earlier in the game, they're paying it in flesh and blood to give them time to develop this yeah. Sorry, let me rewind that. To put together this Gaia AI and all of the different modules around it to kind of give life another chance. And just but seeing these logs here, I'm out in the open world. And if I had come across this before I knew that in the story, this would still be extremely viable, because that toll, that mental toll, and kind of that dark, gloomy feel that's carried through in these logs is still there. It's just with that additional context, it enriches it even more. Absolutely phenomenal work. Great log there. Guys, I know I'm a geek, man. I can't help it. It's just who I am. I know I talk a lot. Some people like it, some people hate it, but oh, I just wasted a rope. Please.
The way to the mountain will be hard. Ferocious machines prowl every.
What a shot! What a shot! It's not often that you get excited over it. Oh, sorry, Silence is talking after you.
So what else is new?
Sorry guys, I'm really overly excited about that shot. I'm definitely gonna be looking at that again. I love that. So it looks like I went up here instead of down here. So it looks like it's kind of like right there anyway. So I'm going to go back down over here. I'm going to put the flag here, and then I'm going to hop right back up here. But no, I really love that I just took that duck out of the sky. Or goose, whatever you want to call it. Hey, what's going on, Just the Dude? Welcome to the stream, my man. Yeah, just playing some Horizon, about to continue the story and having a great time. And by the way, I took down a Thunderjaw tonight on my first try, so you'll be happy to hear that. You know, I said this earlier tonight, like, you know, I keep saying, like, what I do this channel, when I started this channel, it was with the idea to just hang out and meet cool people and share my passion of this medium with others, and then just give my thoughts and opinions on games, on the industry, you know, various topics, and then just meet you guys and hear how it's impacted you as well. It's not about money. Somewhere down the line, 5 to 10 years from now, whatever, yeah, would it be cool to make this a side business? Sure. And that's kind of, you know, in the back of my mind, that's something that I'm thinking about doing, you know, because that's everyone's dream, right? I have another career. This isn't something I do this for, but Just the Dude, you were there last night, man, when someone came in and pretended to give me $100, which I think ultimately was kind of funny. But you had mentioned, you know, there were actually a couple people that asked about tipping, so I set something up through PayPal today and put it up on my channel. So I hate it because it's like the 4th time I've mentioned it tonight, because there's been a bunch of people that have come in and out, and I just want to make sure that those who have voiced that they are interested in doing that, that's there now. But again, the most important thing that you can do for my channel, I think, is I kind of have seen a little bit of growth here, and I'm looking to you know, continue putting out content and live stream and all that good stuff. The best thing is honestly just hanging out, talking with me, liking the videos and sharing them. Like that's all I ask for. But I appreciate it, man. For you kind of last night, it was funny, man. You were there, and that guy came in, and like I said, man, as long as there's no like mental anguish or like people aren't doing things that are physically harmful to people. Like I thought it was kind of a funny troll, kind of like people that what do you call it? People that give them the fake lottery tickets and they think they've won all this money, only to find out, no, that's not the case. Here comes some cash. Oh, dude, you don't need to do that. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. But I've had a few people just ask about that, like multiple times, inquire about how do we donate, how do we tip, all that stuff. So today I just kind of threw something up for that, just for those who are interested. But again, it's never been about that. It never will be about that. I just want to love up on games and share it with you guys and spend some time together, and hopefully spread some awareness of just spread some awareness of how awesome this medium is. But I went on a rant about that a little bit last night. Sure, I'll go on it again some point in the future, but for now, you know, I'll just focus on hanging out and playing some Horizon, and I'll try to keep the rants to a minimum, whether it's about, ooh, here we go, whether it's about PlayStation 5 and my issues with that, or any other games or whatever. I'm just going to kind of stick to Horizon for now because I'm having a blast playing it. Hold on 1 second here, guys. I'm getting pinged. One second, sorry. Yo, Just the Dude, thank you so much, man, for the, seriously, man, like, let me just, thank you, dude, seriously, that means, like, seriously, man, if I made 5 cents just playing games, like, mission accomplished, like, that's the coolest thing in the world, so thank you so much for that, brother, I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's just good stuff, man. I just love meeting you guys, hanging out, and sharing some things. That's all right, man. Hey, yeah, I'm not worried about it, man. Either way. Oh, is that another? Oh no, it's a trampler. Okay, I think this might have been what Frank Yeager was talking about earlier. Yeah, man. Like I said, whatever. Just the fact you guys are here and you care about what I have to say and you're interested enough to watch me play. That's more than enough for me, man. I'm humbled, regardless.
And if the tracks. Well, that doesn't
All right,
make sense.
let's gather some medicinal stuff. 14%, that's good. I had to use some against that Thunderjaw. Take a look here with our focus and see what's going on.
Someone's possessions. Kendrick's?
Examine the basket.
There's goods scattered everywhere.
Aloy seems to come across a lot of blood trails. And by the way, I love the fact that you can track the trail. And you just tag it and you can track it without having to keep your focus up.
Love to worry me.
That's a really nice quality of life feature. So in Ghost of Tsushima, they kind of they kind of make you follow the footprints, and a lot of other games make you do that, and I like that. Right, in the right setting, that's a good approach too. But in this game, I love that you can simply track it. I love seeing like little kind of Division style like shades of, people popping up and doing their thing. Again, another example of, just an area of these other really well put together games like The Division, Batman Arkham, The Last of Us. They kind of take some of those concepts and then they make it their own and put their own spin and identity on it, and then they just execute. And it never comes off as feeling cheap or unearned. Yeah, so this has definitely got to be what Frank Yeager was talking about. We got a ton of tramplers here. Maybe one or two. Let's see. Doesn't look like there are any... is there any brush for me to hide in? Let's take a look. Oh, let's hit this campfire first. Just in case I legit get trampled. So I cannot override tramplers yet. It looks like we got a weakness here of shock arrows. Uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. That was awfully close, wasn't it? So let's do this. Let's hit this. Oh boy. Let's get that tear blast going. That's probably going to be helpful.
Right on target.
I think that's going to be very helpful for some of these tramplers. These tear blasts, man, or tear. I keep calling them tears. Yeah. Purists are going to be very upset with me. They're tear blasts, Bauer. They're tear blasts. I know. I keep calling them tear. But just being able to freely drop components off now, even though it doesn't do, let's say, the most damage in the world, is extremely helpful, and it makes just dismantling enemies and kind of like leaning into that aspect of the game so much easier to engage with. And it still makes you feel like just a total badass all the way around. Let's craft up here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See if we can hit that. I was going to say, let's see if we can hit that sack from a distance. That's what she said. I'm sorry, gotta say that's what she said. All right, quite a few tramplers. Let's. Yeah, it looks like I was unfortunately right there at the edge of their AI boundary. Holy crap! It never gets old. Oh, smokes! That did a lot of damage. Let's hit that top here. That should take care of that guy, right? Right? No? Thought I hit it. I guess I didn't. Maybe it's already been taken down. There we go. Wow, that's got a big range on it. I love seeing that arc spark. You can just, yeah. I mean, just the visual fidelity and the visual flair that the dev has put into this game. It's just, everything is so satisfying. Just looking at stuff, it's just like a feast for your eyes, man. It's a feast for your hands with the way that they've programmed, you know, the controller to react to all these different situations. It's a feast for your ears, man, because the sound design is so legit. It's so legit. Starting to get a little bit better, though. It's not using focus and hitting some of these spots. I did a pretty decent job last night of taking down a couple Thunderbirds, or maybe one or two Thunderbirds. To be fair, one of them totally blatantly glitched out on me, but before it glitched out, I thought doing a pretty decent job. Ouch. Doing a pretty decent job of hitting those components without relying on that kind of thing. Oh, wrong type of arrow. It's fine. There's a good example. So we got a spark over there. He's going to go. Let's see. I love being able to tell at a glance, right? So you see the arc between those cylinders. You know you got it. Just so many different indicators that you've hit home. And it's different, like for almost every single enemy, it's different. There we go. Get that horn. I love that if you hit them dead on when they're charging at you, you'll get them to turn, especially if you hit them right there in the horn as it's charging. Oh, no ammo, huh? Try to change that. Get that component off. There we go. Hit that. Got it right on that right-hand side there. Had to be a good shot. Same here. Let's just... I mean, then you just look over what you've just done, right? You see the snow slowly falling and the frost growing on the tips of the grass there. And you just look over the plains where you took out all of these tramplers and all of the loot that you're about to get. Not to mention all of the components, right, individually that are going to be giving you your resources and your metal shards and your loot.
The snow's got a bite out here.
And of course, you've got what the best reward, in my opinion, is Aloy talking. Every time she says something, man, I'm openly swooning over her. She's just such a great character. Last night there were a couple really good moments in the stream where she pretty much, like, I would say something and then instantly she would say something right along those same lines, just in a more smart ass way, right? And a more like with a little bit of bite to it. But just the range of her VA, her voice actor in this, who I believe Plums you said was Ashley Birch, and I know that name. I got to look up where I know her from, but it's one of the best performances I can remember in a while because it carries the minutia with it, even when you're talking to NPCs. Just how she accentuates certain sentences and words, and then the way that Gorilla has put the expressions on her face as well. It just all comes together to, and of course the writing. I mean, she's so well written. It just culminates in a character that I'm confident now in saying is a top 5 character all time for me.
Soon enough.
And that's something I never thought I'd say hopping into the game. Let's see. All right, here's the deal. $5 for every trampler you kill without dying. Holy crap, just the two. Look at her looking up and putting her hands out. Look at that. Look at this. And she's looking up. Look at that. That's yet another 50 hours in animation that I have not seen yet before in this game. That just continues to blow my mind. And just, I know, guys, I know I keep saying, oh, this blows my mind. Oh, this is super satisfying. Oh, Gorilla's done a great job. I really, man, I'm going to be preaching this game's from the top of every mountain, for the foreseeable future. It's funny that I say that because, listen, I mean, most people have been like, dude, you're 4 years late to the party. I know. Whoa, what do we got over there? Is that another Thunderjaw? It is. All right, so let's investigate the area. But before we do that, actually, no, let's investigate the area. I'm going to hop in because, as you guys know or are aware, most of you, this is not just a live stream. It's also a podcast, a bit of a gaming podcast where we chat and spend some time together. So let's investigate the area here, and then I'll hop into chat for a couple minutes here and take a sip or two of brewski.
These will keep.
Oh, here we go.
This chest looks like it's of Oseram making. At least he's easy to follow. I just hope he's okay.
So I believe that Shell Walker, I mean, Plums, you told me that these harvest arrows can remove, correct? Right? It can remove components off of an enemy once you've taken it down, right?
Check my focus. See what it sees.
Oh yeah. I should do that. That's a good call. Okay, here we go. Let's highlight this track up.
The barrel. The scent reminds me of
Aaron's breath.
Aaron's breath.
Our boy Aaron, who
Did it roll down?
I'm really hoping I get to spend more time with. There are those 2 Thunderjaws. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that's what you were talking about there, Frank Yeager, a.k.a. Gray Fox from the Metal Gear franchise. I don't know how you nabbed that name, man. That must have been like a 2006, brand new to YouTube. I'm grabbing Frank Yeager. No, I don't know how many people you've pissed off by picking up that name, man, but I love the fact that you're able to roll with it. Touche. Find Kendert. That's a trampler. Let's see. There he is. What's up, Kendert? Do the Skyrim hop, Skyrim hop, do the Skyrim hop. Oh my god. The sheer beauty of this game takes my breath away multiple times every session. Every session. It never gets old. I mean, if I wasn't live streaming to you guys, the amount of time I'd spend in photo mode would would probably exceed the amount of time I actually play the game. So where did I just see him? Is he down over here? I think he is. See if I can hit this fox out. Yeah, there we go. Those handling coils, or those mods, man, are really, really awesome. I wasn't expecting them when I first started playing the game to be as great as they are, but I love how significantly they improve your ability to wield your weapon in real time. All right, so it looks like it went a bit too far over here. Let's take a look. Thinking maybe he's over here on this ridge. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out down here. Hey, sorry, buddy. Oh, so he's got a good view of what I just did to all those tramplers down there. Just need a little bit of popcorn, right? And maybe a swig of whiskey or two.
Am I glad to see you, stranger?
Dude, put a shirt
Are
on.
you Kendert? I'm a friend of Jira's.
Huh? I'm a husband of Jim.
I'm a husband of
She
Cheers.
heard you'd gone missing. I tracked you. What happened?
I was coming to join her. A sandstorm blew in. I sought shelter. It didn't work out. And here I am getting read as a Karja priest. My goods scattered in a herd of tramplers. There's only so much you can do to make me look less of an idiot. But could you get back my scrapper sap?
That would be the stuff down there with the herd of tramplers?
I'm not proud. I'm just a brewer. And maybe 5 bottles of that is worth more than I am to Jira.
The writing in this game is so good. I love it. So there's just yet another example of what in any other open world game, for the most part. Again, I don't want to, you know, I'm just speaking in generalities, which I don't tend to do very often, but in most open world RPGs, this would just be totally filler, you know, but just that, that witty, really clever dialogue is just so awesome. Just so awesome. Whether it's Aloy, who's the, you know, top of the list of dishing it out, but then some of these NPCs as well. I met what was her name, Petra, yesterday when I picked up what this game's version of the rocket launcher was, and hearing her just like make jokes, and you know, the way that she kind of gave you what turned out to be an experimental weapon in the free heap, and Aloy's response to it. Just, yeah, I just can't say enough about it. I got to start thinking of ways to emphasize how unbelievable of a missed opportunity it would have been for me to have not played this. So I'm still thinking about this video as, you know, once I finish this up and kind of put that video together. I already have some ideas of what I'm going to do, but I got to put together something special for it. Maybe some kind of unique punishment, right? Maybe I'll make myself play The Last of Us 2 or something. All right, let's not get crazy. Let's not go overboard. Right. So let me try this harvest arrow here just to see if this is indeed what it does. No? Okay. Pick up a trampler heart, pick up some more metal shards. I'm still down to... Keep our eye out for green poking through. See if this gives us multiple. That does give us, I think, multiple. Okay, so that's what the harvest arrows are for. You can't use them when the enemies, I think, are dead already, or maybe you can. But to take off components specifically, some additional components. Where are these other... Oh, here we go. So this is, I guess, where I got to be careful to not aggro these Thunderjaws. Although, to Plum's earlier comment, maybe I should override one of them and just watch them tear each other apart and then loot them both. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to hop into Bauer Babble here to do a little bit of ranting and raving and kind of go through chat. Let's head back up here to Kendrick. I mean, even that right there, the way the lighting, like the dynamic lighting in this game, it borders on ethereal at times, but it strikes this level of realism along with it where it never wears out as welcome, and it always kind of conveys to the player this grand sense of being in this world, right? And even the way that lighting is hitting Aloy's body and kind of changing as the sun goes up and goes down and clouds move through, it everything is altered by it. This is the type of game where the lighting's so good you legitimately do not need ray tracing. You just don't need it, right? Would ray tracing be cool? Probably, but I can't imagine the game looking much better than this.
Huntress, thank you. Oseram's finest, this stuff. Keeps you warm in a snowstorm, strips the grit out of a gear wheel.
Kendrick, why did you set out so unprepared?
I think what she's really asking you there, Kendrick, is where is your shirt? And why are you wearing a burnt donut on your chest? As a seriously burnt donut.
Hammer to steel of the matter is, I did it for love.
Oh, plot twist.
When Jira said she wanted to leave the claim, I consulted with the Ilderman. I won't repeat what they said. You won't like it.
You've got me curious.
No, I've already dug myself a hole deep enough to swallow a thunderjaw.
There's actually two over there, buddy.
It was my mistake not going with her. I've had time enough to see that. Maybe it's not too late.
You'll find her stocking up at Day Tower. Good luck.
I'll be heading off soon. This saloon of hers, what's it like?
Roomy.
The look on Aloy's face when she said that and that subtle zooming in on it, very cool. All right, let's hop into Bauer Babble here. Let me crack a brewski. I'm going to hop into chat, guys. Again, just been awesome hanging out with you guys. It's just been fun getting to know you, meet you, play the game in front of you, and just hang out together. I mean, thank you guys for humoring me, letting me lose my mind over what I'm seeing here, especially considering how ignorant I was of this game going in. Really appreciate it. Means the world. So let's read some chats here. But before we do that, cheers to all of you. All right, we got quite a few here. Let's see what we got. Hold on one second. Boop, boop, boop. Bring up this stream. That one. Okay. I got a note. Money is waiting for you. $33.68. Yo, dude. I know I keep doing this. Sorry, I don't know why I do that. I've always been, oh, thank you. Dude, thank you so much, man. That was so unnecessary, but so unbelievably appreciated. I literally just made my life's goal. So I said earlier that I like my life's goal was to take off a trampler tail and crawl through, right, the chocolate tube and Double Dare. I'm not talking about like Double Dare 2000, guys. I'm talking about like straight up Double Dare back in the late 80s, early 90s. Like that was the legit chocolate tube. But that also is up there, is to make $1 one day, just playing games that people would enjoy enough to be like, here's $1. And dude, you've made my dream come true 33 times over. Dude, seriously, thank you so much for that, man. That blows my mind. I'm speechless, man. Thank you. Really, thank you. Wow, man, that's just so, man, that's so moving. Thank you so much. Chat, let's see. We got quite a few here. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, that's right. You said $5 for every trampler you kill without dying. I guess I got to go and just mark on the map all of the trampler machine sites and go kill them. I'm just messing around, man. That's unbelievable. Thank you again so much, Just the Dude. Unbelievable, man. That makes me feel like $1 million. You said woo, that's 7, I think. Yeah, I did take down a few. Tramplers are so much fun to fight, in my opinion. So many spots that they're just so satisfying to hit, says Alferio 10. Yeah, especially that sack underneath. And I love that once you bust that, like you get that, like that. And again, it's just like another one of those million little visual flares that Guerrilla has popped into this game, where you kind of get like that. What do you call it? Like a flashpoint, right? It's like a flashpoint. It's kind of got like that red ashy feel to it, but it doesn't hurt you. It just kind of makes you stumble back a little bit. And then you just see that health bar, like just drop down to like a quarter, if that, or if you've already done some damage, it just kills them outright. But yeah, taking off the horns as they're charging at you and then watching them turn and run away, which exposes other points. Weak points. So just the way that Guerrilla is kind of exposed or program the behavior of these enemies in the game is just so cool. I mean, I noticed like with Snapjaws last night, they're the first time I fought them. When they're doing that like cryo shot, they're blocking some of their exposure points behind them, which is just really cool how you have to be strategic with every enemy you come across and how you break them down. And yet there's still multiple strategies, multiple ways to just slowly but surely do exactly that. Right. And I just absolutely love it. It's like I said, all the small things, and none of them feel the same. No single enemy in this game feels the same to fight. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And I love that it took almost 40 hours for me to quote unquote fill out the machine catalog. And, but like that entire 40 hours, I felt like constantly, I was getting a notification saying new machine unlocked, new machine unlocked, new machine entry unlocked. And I'm just like, how many enemies are there in this game? And yet none of them feel like filler. It's awesome. So thank you for the comments. Oh, what's up, Ian Miller? Welcome back into the stream, man. Thanks for spending some time there with me last night. That was awesome, man. I appreciate you hopping back into the stream. Ian says she was Tiny Tina in Borderlands. One of the best, by the way, DLCs that you will ever play, at least for me. I think one of the top 10 DLCs is the Tiny Tina's. It's the alcohol, guys. Dungeons Keep. Oh, the Tiny Tina Borderlands 2 DLC. The name escapes me right now, and I'm literally ashamed of myself. If I had a whip, I'd be like Silas in the Da Vinci Code, just like slapping my back. That's inexcusable on my part to forget the name of that DLC. But no, Tiny Tina, obviously just a phenomenal character out there, and it does not surprise me at all that Ashley Birch voiced her. And just what a really cool dichotomy between that character and this one with Aloy. What an incredible range by a great voice actor to play these two roles significantly differently, but also kind of carrying through that same level of quality where they're both in those games like the highlight. Although you could make the argument Handsome Jack is maybe the highlight of that, but I would actually lean more towards Tiny Tina. I think she's my favorite in the entire Borderlands series. Only played the pre-sequel, the original, and 2. Wouldn't play 3 because Randy Pitchford's a dick. I mean, there's things that he did to his staff and kind of how he brought people in where I was like, I'm not supporting Borderlands 3. But that's a story for another time. Just a Dude says, I know, right? They're awesome. A challenge, but a fun one. 7 times 5 is 35. I'm glad you didn't make me tell you what that multiplication was before I received the donation, which again, thank you so much, man. I got this grin on my face that ain't going anywhere anytime soon. I can't believe that you donated money to me, man, let alone $35. That's just awesome, dude. That's just so cool. Thank you. But yeah, if you would have made me do like a multiplication check, I would have been receiving $0. Very cool. Check your PayPal. Yep, they did. Thank you very much. I'm imagining, Ian Miller says, I'm imagining your life. You lit like a copy of Horizon Zero Dawn, like Rost lifts Aloy in the opening scene and yell Horizon. I might do that for one of my videos, man, and I might call you out for it. I think that's a really good idea. That's pretty much what it is. But I need to kind of also cover, I mean, it's just amazing kind of going back and looking at my original video and how I felt going into this game. kind of poking fun at a bunch of different things, not maliciously, but just kind of like poking fun at things, and just seeing how, on the other end of this, I mean, listen, guys, there's nothing wrong with being incorrect about something and admitting it, right? That's a good exercise to carry through in any aspect of your life. But I'm definitely going to be making sure that I put myself through. I'm going to call myself out. We'll just put it that way. I'm going to call myself out on some of this because it's just so amazing to kind of feel going through this journey, the change, and I still feel like, I remember what it was like going into this game, and I know how I felt about it and what I expected and all of that to where it is now. It's just staggering. It's almost like the only thing I can compare it to is like when you're playing the original Final Fantasy VII and you start the game in Midgar and you think you have an idea of what's going on. And then by the time you get to the end of the game and you look back when you started in Midgar, you're like, oh my God, what a journey. Like I didn't know anything. When I was in Midgar. That's another reason why I love Final Fantasy is kind of that journey that it takes you on. This is kind of replicating that just in a little bit of a different way as far as mentality is concerned. But absolutely incredible transformation, and it's been a joy to go through it and kind of share that with you guys, and just admit. I mean, I just couldn't wait to the end of this to admit that I was wrong about it. He's literally going to be shouting its praises from the rooftops. Yep, I'm going to climb on top of the roof. Anyone with a working cerebellum within a square mile is going to be hearing about it. Plums for Peace says harvest arrows with components you can use for ammo like blaze canisters or chill water or sparkers or echo shells or whatever. If you hit them with harvest arrows, the loot is multiplied. Awesome. Very, very cool. Harvest arrows are my best friend because I'm too lazy to visit a merchant, says Just a Dude. So I'm going to have to start putting them into my rotation here a little bit. Sounds like a really cool way to give the player a very well-earned break as far as the amount of grind needed to collect components. Another, yet again, quality of life change that is just excellently and very well thought out by Guerrilla and well implemented in the game. Alferio, that's my favorite thing to use them for anyway. Just a Dude, that's my fave thing to use them for anyway. My favorite way to handle grazers is to shoot fire arrows at their canisters and watch them blow up. Dude, at the beginning of this stream, I was sitting across a river, and essentially what I said, or somewhere in the beginning of the stream when I was getting out of the Norlands, I saw just like a bunch of low-level grazers and some watchers across the way, and I was like, I don't care if I'm level 50, this is never going to get old. And then I popped like 3 or 4 of those canisters with the fire arrows, and then I mean, I'd rather watch that than a 4th of July fireworks show. Just watching everything die and all the components explode. And then, of course, like I said, like the visual aspect of it all. And then, of course, there were like 4 or 5 enemies still alive with almost no health. So I just sat there and took like a swig of beer as Aloy slowly, I believe, walked towards, the other side of the river, and just they perished, obviously by the time I got there and started looting. That'll never get old. So satisfying. So satisfying. Don't get much blaze, though. Alferio says, I've been playing New Game Plus on Ultra Hard, and resources are so scarce. I need that blaze. Yeah, that's something when I was looking through the trophies earlier tonight, because I was really interested to see where what trophies were available and kind of, what it would take to get a platinum in this game, but also the 100%, because we've all been there where we platinum a game, and some of you guys are, for me, it takes a whole lot of interest for me to be bothered with platinum a game, because I want to experience all these different things and spend a lot of time playing multiple genres and seeing what these developers have released out there and what's going on in the industry, that I've got to absolutely adore a game, or it has to be by design, right? A roguelike or something for me to immediately play a game again. And I tend to I've really moved away in recent years, partly because I'm just not good enough. But also I'm not a masochist where I'm like, oh, I can't wait to run back through on the hardest, difficulty without playing, without being able to save and all that kind of stuff. I assume that New Game Plus would be a significant help as you kind of carry over into New Game Plus in this one, that it would help with that difficulty. But what you're telling me is that's not really necessarily the case. And it's kind of nice to be challenged if that's what you're looking for. It sounds like the game has done a good job of adding a new game plus mode that's just not a cakewalk, but something that actually puts you through its paces and offers you quite a different experience. Almost kind of like, it sounds like a survival horror kind of experience where you have to carefully manage your resources in your inventory and all that type of stuff. That sounds like a really nice twist on a game as you put a player back through it. Dang it, they took taxes out. Oh, well, it's close enough. So I'll tell you, man, it's just kind of a part of life. Yeah, taxes, it's brutal. It's just part of life, I guess. If you drive tramplers to extinction, I'll make it 100. There's your challenge. Holy mother of God. If you just define to me what extinction means, man, I'll just go out and kill every trampler in the game. I guess that's the definition, right? Go out throughout the world and kill every single trampler. I'll make that a goal. So that looks like that's all the chat we've got for right now, guys. I'm going to take a swig of brewski here, swig of beer, and we're going to hop back in and we're going to head back up the mountain. Actually, we're going to head back to Gara. I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'm going to fast travel back to that camp that's right at the base of that hill. And then we're going to head into this next main storyline mission. And we're going to continue the story a little bit early tonight because I mean, I don't know how many of you guys sat with me for 8 hours last night. And if you did, A, thank you. And B, what are you doing with your life? Come on, there's other things you could be doing. Just kidding. I appreciate it. No, but that moved me. That moved me, man. And learning about Rost and, you know, being a father to a 5-year-old who will soon be 6, hearing about what happened to his daughter and then just kind of thinking back about, you know, just his words and, dude, I almost got teared up last night on camera. I had to like take a moment, you know, and let's be clear here. If I were to cry, it'd be that single manly tear, just the one right down that curved side of my, you know, right down the side of my face there into the beard and disappearing forever. It would just been one, but no, in all seriousness, that was just so cool. Walking into that facility, seeing the paintings on the wall, seeing kind of like, again, pulling from the Division a little bit, just kind of some of those hollow scenes playing out and starting to put together even more now the pieces of what happened, where Aloy is coming from, and then her coming out of there, people trying to worship her and her response to it. I mean, I actually kind of jumped out of my seat. I couldn't contain my excitement. I was just like, yeah, like, you know, it was just a moment of pure jubilation following like a significant, real serious 10 to 15 minutes of real serious dark type of stuff. I mean, this game's got me wrapped around its finger. You know, when I started this game, and I'll be honest, guys, I'm not used to making spaghetti metaphors. Okay, it's not something I really do a whole lot. I talked a little bit earlier about I eat spaghetti maybe twice a year. And I think I base that on, you know, this is, you know, I kind of juxtapose that against, you know, every once in a while I want a more difficult challenge. I think I was looking at trophies at the time, talking about that ultra hard, you know, mode. But when I started the game, it's just kind of like the game just put a steak right in my noodle. Again, not a really well thought out sentence, but just kind of put a steak right through me. And then as the game has gone, it slowly started to turn. And in the last couple main story missions, man, it's just been like, if it was on camera, this metaphor, it'd just be a blur. It's got me. It has totally got me. Alferio says, we got a couple more chats, guys, and I'm going to go back here. They'll respawn, but if you make a video proving you killed every spawning trampler once in one life, it's a deal. So when you said you killed every spawning trampler once in one life, you mean every spawning trampler here? Or you mean like every like machine site trampler? Just let me know, man, because I'll totally do that. And again, totally unnecessary. I don't need anything, but like, I would love to do that, man. That'd be fun. You know, whether there's a donation on the line or not, that sounds like a lot of fun. Just let me know what you want to see, man. Either way, like, and I'm happy to do it. Ultra hard is a lot more strategic for me than normal difficulty, says Alferio. You have to really think about what resources you spend and how you mod your armor and weapons. Yeah, that survival horror aspect to it, I absolutely love. Sounds like kind of after you've gone through this and you've put yourself through its paces and you learn how the different weapons operate and the different ammos and the different, all the ways you can take down these enemies, now having to go back through and be more careful and strategic with the way that you're firing off that ammo and how you're gathering these resources and what goes in your satchel versus what doesn't. Sounds like a really kind of a survival horror spin on it. And I really dig that. Just to Do says, I'm definitely going to give it another shot. I really want to succeed at it. All right, guys. So I'm going to head back to Garrett here. And again, thank you guys so much for the engagement. This is fun. Having a blast as always. I'm going to head back to Jara here, and we're going to talk to her. We're going to turn in this quest, and then I'm going to fast travel back to this camp. And we're going to hop into the next main story mission. And then I'm going to pause it quick. I'm going to run, and I'm going to hit a bathroom break, grab a brewski, and then we're going to go in and see what's next for Aloy in this incredible story. Let's do it. Every machine site trampler on the map. I got a ridiculous tax return, so I'm sharing the wealth. And by the way, God bless you for it. I also got a large tax return, which on one hand was really cool to see, but then on the other hand, I realize I'm giving the government free interest-free loans. So I need to work on my W-4 just a little bit. But yeah, no, every year I kind of, I've kind of aligned it where, you got kind of the bonus that hits and then like your tax return hits, and it's really nice. But just the fact, dude, that you're willing to share that regardless like of who it's with or how you're doing it, man, that's just that. I think that, I don't know you personally, but that's kind of a testament to who you are as a person, from what I can tell. And that's just awesome, man. We need more people like that in this country and in this world. We need to stop hating on each other and loving up on one another. And I think that's awesome that you're doing that, dude. So seriously, man, cheers to you. So I will make a dedicated video for that. And again, man, I could do that for free. But I'll leave it up to you since you proposed it, if that's something you want to do. And look at the shadow just slowly moving across. That's also reminiscent of Red Dead Redemption as well. They do a great job of that, of kind of casting shadows and, having things move. Sorry, I had a little bubble there in my throat. They do a really good job of their dynamic lighting there too, but all right, Jara, here we go. Day Tower. Oh, I'm not going to put a flag there. Let's just hop over to the campfire. How's that sound?
Asaram that tried to kill our Sun King? Traitors, the whole tribe of them.
Don't ask me where to go if you're lost.
Let's see what we got here. I had a few people that pinged me offline about, you can get a golden fast travel pack. Oh, I think I went to the wrong place. Yeah, I did. Let's go to our quest. Oh, no, I guess I didn't. Okay, we're good.
These aren't good.
But they told me, so it looks like Jara moved, actually.
Thought got dark.
Did she? Yeah, she did. Okay, so she moved back to Meridian. Nice. And by the way, I absolutely love the fact that in this major city, the weather can also change here, and you can see how the snow builds up on all the different objects. I mean, let me be honest, and I said this in a previous stream, like, what did you do to be this guy? You just go outside and just sweep up the floor while it's snowing. Like, yeah, I mean, I just, like, the mind will lead you down places of what this person could have possibly done to get this job, because it is not a job that's going to end well. You're going to be out there for a 16-hour day.
Find better wares.
My duties today are.
I know they are. But I love how, like, main cities can be, can kind of go through these changes as well. So let's talk to Jara here.
Little spark. Any sign of that man?
I found him, Jira. I think you two will have a lot to talk about.
I like a good story.
And
a good drink. It's why I'm good at what I do.
He's bringing you
Cheers.
both. Kendrick wants to be with you. He regrets that he took the word of the Ealderman.
Women know their place in the claim, was their word. It's the Karja's son that bakes their brains and gives them such thoughts.
That's...
The tribe. You can't bear a grudge. It'd make you go mad.
Jeez, man, that load time is making me jealous. Mine is so slow. Yeah, man.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, like I've been kind of kicking around the idea of going back through The Witcher 3, which is a massive undertaking. Just an absolute massive undertaking, but I've never played it in 4K. And I mean, that game, I think the vast majority of us can agree is special. And if you don't care for it, right? Let's say you're one of those people who are like, I'm not into kind of like the medieval, bohemian feel of the game. Totally cool. Totally fine. But objectively, if you're just being objective, right? I don't think anybody could look at you and I don't think anybody could look at that game and say it's not objectively a great game. It's kind of like me with like, I don't know, Fable, the original Fable, Splinter Cell, the series, except for Blacklist, which I really enjoyed because the co-op was great. Any number of games, right, that came out that I could objectively say were excellent, but just weren't for me. I could still be like, but no, those are great games. The Witcher 3 is a phenomenal game objectively, and it's such a massive commitment that I haven't done it yet, but I'm really interested to see what they do when it comes to like how it reacts on a PS5 without like a specialized quote unquote optimized version of it having been released. I mean, it's amazing to me. It's a significant difference in loading times practically always. And then in a lot of ways, it's also in other ways a very, very significant increase when it comes to like draw distance and graphics. It's not always huge, but pretty much any game you play on your PS5 that's from last gen, if you're familiar with it on that last gen, you're going to notice in fairly significant enhancements, or at least some level of enhancement. And I think outside of the controller, which is the one thing about PS5 that legitimately feels truly next gen, that's the biggest benefit. It's not big enough to warrant needing a PS5 right now, because the PS5, I know so many people want it for obvious reasons. Knowing what I know about it, if I still only have my PS4, which I'm playing out in the other room with my wife, we're playing It Takes Two, which has just been awesome, by the way. Really, really great co-op game, especially if you're playing on the couch with a loved one. And you can also play it online. But I honestly, I'd be totally fine with continuing to wait on it to kind of improve a little bit. I'm very upset right now at Sony. Wait, I already made a video about this on YouTube a while back. I won't bore you guys with the rant. I know you guys just want to see me play some Horizon tonight, so let me run to the bathroom here quickly, guys. I'm going to grab another brewski, and then I'll be back, and we're going to go and do a story mission here. And this story mission is going to be awesome. Before I leave, Just a Dude says, I have never actually played Witcher 3. I've always heard amazing things, though. So I talk about this game being special, and I think this game's now in my top 25, which to me is like, if you're on my top 50, and I've had this spiel before, right? But if you're on my top 50 all time, and you and I think talked about this last night, Just a Dude. You and I talked about this last night. Anything in my top 50 is Hall of Fame worthy. I'd even go higher than that. Anything in my top 75 is Hall of Fame worthy. Top 50 is like another tier above, and then top 25 is like the all world top tier at their position kind of, levels. And this one is up there for me with open world games. Also in that top 25 from an open world standpoint is the original Red Dead Redemption. Another reason I thought Red Dead Redemption 2 was such a disappointment for me personally, even though objectively it is an amazing story. And then you can kind of debate on what does and does not make a great game. But the original Red Dead Redemption coming out in 2010. This is those two games I think are probably my top two open world games that I've played. And again, it kind of depends on what you consider an open world game, because I mean, are we talking about Ocarina of Time? Is that an open world game, right? Because you had Hyrule Field. I would not consider that an open world game for a wide variety of reasons, but we won't. Let me try to focus. Let me get this attention span of a goldfish locked down to a goldfish and not a gnat, and just hit that bio break. We're going to come back and we're going to play this main story mission. But yeah, Witcher 3, dude, you can get it as cheap as I picked this game up for with all the DLC. Witcher 3 also has two of the best DLCs, I'd say top 10 DLCs that I've ever played. Both Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine are just absolute, like Stellar would call them stellar. But those games, like I don't think to this date I've seen any game do world building or like the world changing based on your decisions as well as The Witcher 3 has. And I cannot recommend it enough. All right, guys, I will be right back. Let me run to the bathroom and grab this brewski. And thank you, guys. We got 6 of you in here now. We had, I think, 8 or 9 earlier. And I see that these live streams, like the next day, I'm seeing like 100 views on them, which just, that's crazy to me. Like that's just it's me right here. Just hits me right here. So thank you guys for your support, your encouragement, your interest, and for just, it's just fun to make new friends and hang out and just chat video games with you. So we'll talk here real soon. I'll be right back. Thanks again. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I told my wife I got my first donation, and her response was, "You should tell everybody that you've started an OnlyFans." She's like, I can get you bending over and putting dishes in the dishwasher, you know. That still blows my mind. Yeah, thank you so much again for that, dude. I know I keep saying it, and it probably sounds redundant. But it's just like I said, man, it doesn't matter how quote unquote popular or big or whatever I get. Like anyone that's ever willing to donate anything, I'll always feel the same way about it. So thank you. Before we hop back in, let's see what we got. Getting a bit late for me, so I have to dip out. It's been fun watching and chatting. Enjoy the story mission. Alferio10, thank you so much, man. I know you've been in here in a couple of streams. You've talked with me offline, given me some great advice. You stood up for me against some of those negative Reddit haters and all that good stuff, man. Really, really appreciate it. So thank you for coming back again and hanging out. And I hope to see you here again real soon. And I know I will. It seems like you and I have had some good times already, man. I'm looking forward to more. It's actually, I need to get on my phone because it's easier than tracking the yeah, it's easy to do it on my phone than tracking it on this stream. Through the computer rather. All right, let's see. Adios, dude. Yep, so he probably left before I got a chance to say goodbye, and that's all good. Plums for Peace says, I liked Witcher 3, but not tempted to replay it because it is a lot. Oh my goodness, is it a lot? Yeah, it's huge. That's why, like, you know, I heard people have been like, good night, kiddo. I love you. Love you, kiddo. You're my boo. You're my girl. But yeah, no joke. The Witcher 3 is... You know, I've heard people that have said like, oh yeah, I just immediately pressed New Game Plus as soon as I beat it in the DLC. And I'm like, that's all you, because that is a serious commitment. Just like Blood and Wine, right? Like that's a game that you have to drink in like a fine wine. You have to sip it, you have to dedicate yourself to it, and you have to just let it take you, right, over time. And with everything that's out, it's just not always easy to do that. But the Hearts of Stone DLC is legit one of my absolute favorite stories I've ever played in a video game. Yeah, Plums, no joke. Seriously, man, like that. Yeah, no joke. When we start talking about top characters ever, the Master of Mirrors is up there. That's all I'll say about it. I don't want it. Anyone that hasn't played it that one day will play it, I don't want to give anything at all away. That Gantaro Dim, I believe his name is one of the greatest characters, one of the best written characters in all of video games as well. I talk a lot about Aloy, and she's in the same level for me as Gantaro Dim and some of these other great characters, although they're obviously on the other side of the spectrum. Good night, says Devin. See y'all in the next one. Absolutely, Dev. Thank you so much, man, for your time and spending time here, man, and hanging out together. Just a Dude says, dude, I pay out the nose for OF. What's OF? Yeah, let me know what OF is, man, while I head up to this story mission. Thank you guys for being patient while I kind of worked on saying goodnight to the kiddos and all that good stuff. Oh, another trampler here. Let's see. Dear Lord, there's a Thunderjaw site. Did not know that there were Thunderjaw sites, but okay. Oh, OnlyFans. Yeah, I'd pay for the OnlyFans. Dude, I'll tell you what, man, I got some good poses. I could be bending over, putting the disc in my PlayStation 5, because I'm still one of those folks who uses digital copies of games, right, as much as possible. I could be bending over, putting in the dishes, and I could be sitting there with my leg up while I'm working in my normal job day in and day out. Don't you tempt me, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you drive me into depravity. My wife, man, she's got all the jokes. She's great. I tell her all the time she needs to get on social media because she's genius with the stuff that comes out of her mouth. Uh-oh. 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 Wow, that attack goes a really long way, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure this is exactly what Frank Yeager was trying to warn me against. He was trying to tell me, hey, don't like, be very careful and don't aggro these thunder jaws. I'm trying to find the lampa grass here, or the lampa grass to override them. I don't know if actually if that Cauldron Zeta allows me to override them. I kind of feel like I can't override them yet, but I'm not positive. Let's see. Let's highlight the track here and figure out what we got going on. I sure as hell know I can't do a silent stealth attack, right? Yep, nope, can't override him yet. But I'm sure I'll get to a cauldron at some point that will allow me to do just that. So let's just make our way over here into the river. Stay out of sight and get up to that mountain and get back on track here. This reminds me of the Oregon Trail. For those of you old enough to remember the Oregon Trail, where you would you'd come across like a part of the map and it would be a river crossing. And no matter what it was, like, you had the option to give up some supplies and then ferry across the river safely. And before you cross the river, it would give you a description of the river, so you have a good idea of whether you needed to sacrifice, certain supplies or not, or whether you could get across without risking your folks at being, oh wow, I've got to start paying attention to what I'm doing here. You know what, Scrappers? I love how even though that they're level 8, they still are dangerous if you're not paying attention. So right there, I just got lit up by a bunch of level 8 enemies, and I dig it. I got 2 into my Oregon Trail spiel. But no, you come to a river, and for me, you always had these options, try to cross the river, and if it was too deep, you'd lose a bunch of party members. You would lose, and the whole idea is to get across the U.S. into Oregon, hence the Oregon Trail. And so I'd always get up there, and it would be the river appears to be an abyss where you cannot see the bottom, and the water is rushing wildly. What will you do? Didn't matter what river I was crossing, try to cross the river every time, every single time. Try to cross the river. So many games ended prematurely with that. I've got $20 in Steam gift cards, so I think Witcher 3 is my next game. I can get it for just $20. Man, you could probably wait a month and get it for $9.99. I think at $20, I would say that is the best deal I've ever heard of, considering. That's where I'm starting to get now, guys. I'm saying words like considering. Considering I'm playing this game for $9, I can't say that maybe it's the best value ever at $20, but it's definitely up there. The Witcher 3 is worth every single penny. I would just recommend, despite the train wreck that is CD Projekt Red put out with Cyberpunk, that if you're going to play The Witcher, I would just buy it whatever they're selling it for, so they get some of the proceeds, because that game is worth every freaking penny. It's not going to have the biggest issue and the biggest knock against it, I would say, is probably the combat. It's got a very unique feel to combat. It's kind of like an intricate dance, and I never really got super comfortable with it, but the world building, the RPG elements, the writing, it's all second to none. I talk about how great the script is in this game. When you play The Witcher 3, man, and you see the way that your choices impact the world, sometimes you won't find out for a dozen hours what impact that has made, both small decisions and major decisions. That game is also top 25 for me. That game's probably top 10. Yeah, that game I think is probably coming in at number 10. That was the first game that beat out Super Metroid for me, because Super Metroid was always my de facto number 10 of all time. And then I played The Witcher 3, and it replaced that one for number 10. So that alone should speak volumes of how good it is, if you know how much I love Super Metroid. Okay, so let's go ahead here and pick up this campfire because I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to need it. Let's stock up here on arrows. Looks like we're good for the most part. We'll hit a shock arrow and a freeze arrow here. We'll get up on Karja sling stuff. I think we're okay. We've got 3 full life potions, 2 regular potions, and then we've got 4 additional health potions, which is nice. I'll tell you, it'd be good to be able to kind of... so if I could like move, for instance, my full health potion or my additional health potion next to these 2 so I could kind of group them together, that might be a nice quality of life update for Forbidden West. But again, obviously not something that's an issue. If I ever run into that where I want to be switching back and forth, I can just like hold down my weapon wheel. And I noticed, and again, guys, it's the little things. I can still move through that in the bottom left at the same speed, even though the rest of the world is kind of slowed down, right? When you're in your weapon wheel, a la, your Doom Eternals of the world. This might be a good place to hit a manual save. It's been a while. Since we're on the subject, what would you call your number 1 absolute best game of all time? If you can even pick a favorite, I know I can't. Well, for me, it's kind of this is one of those things where some people I know call it a cheat, right? And guys, we're about to get into a major storyline event here, so let me just take a moment here. Again, maybe not half, but we're doing both podcasts and both live streaming here tonight. And again, thank you guys for hanging out here with me. It's been great. My number 1 games of all time will never change. These are actually 3 games that are tied for first place. And I know that's kind of cheating, right? If you put a gun to my head, I'll tell you which one it is at the end of it. But my number 1 game / games of all time, hands down, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy X. Those games impacted me as a person. And part of that is because I was in middle school, when they came out. So I was 9 years old when Final Fantasy VII came out. And just not enough words could ever express what those games have meant to me. Own the soundtracks, but especially back then playing Final Fantasy VII when it came out, at the time it came out, even though we've like far gone beyond the technology, nowadays at what existed back in 95 when it dropped. I remember when it came out, this whole idea of 3D was so new. I mean, I remember when Super Mario World came packaged with Super Nintendo, and you can play it in a browser now, right? You can just play it in a browser. I remember looking at it and being like, this is the sickest thing I've ever seen. I can't believe this is possible, right? And I remember what it was like to feel that way at the time. So that's like still in my mind's eye. I can still kind of like reconcile myself to that in that time period. Same with those 3 games. Seven. I mean, what else can you say about it? If you guys have, I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but back here on my videos, you'll see I've got, Square released last year, like the original. Here, I'll grab it for you. So like what Squaresoft did was they decided to release like these figures that are the original polygon figures from the original Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation. So you've kind of got like Cloud with his hoof arms and legs, his weird feet and his spiky hair. And it's like the exact model of the original sprites from the Final Fantasy VII game. So I was like, all over that. So you'll notice that I got like a bunch of Final Fantasy stuff. This is all Final Fantasy stuff back here. The figures are from Final Fantasy 14, which is, in my opinion, the only reason 14 or the franchise is still relevant to this day. But I mean, that legitimately raised the bar for what Final Fantasy VII or for what video games were capable of as a medium. It's not often that a game will come around that will legitimately raise what the medium's capable of. That's like a once in a generation type of thing. Final Fantasy VII was that, and it remains to this day when you think back in the history of video games, you'll always mention Final Fantasy VII, whether you're a fan of that series or not. It's undeniable what that game did for games, for this medium as a storytelling device, and as a legitimate art form. And then Final Fantasy VIII was just totally opposite in so many ways, but the story and like kind of love story with it and all that really, really felt great. I replayed through it and got the platinum on the HD remaster when they released it. But I'll be honest, like the writing, like it didn't hold up to like, you know, and I'd beaten it probably 8 times, you know, over the years. But when I played through it here, the last time I played through it was maybe 2010. So it's been about a solid decade. Like the writing didn't hold up. The music did. But like I kind of like looking back, I was like, yeah, the writing wasn't as great and those types of things, but I still love it. And then Final Fantasy X, I just can't say enough about. Like if you had a gun to my head and said you had to pick one of those 3, I think Final Fantasy X would probably be my favorite game of all time. Persona 5 is kind of up there as well. I'd probably put Persona 5 in my top 5. I thought when I first beat it that it would kind of be in that same level, but as I've gotten a little further away from it, it's kind of dropped a little bit. But that's definitely in my top 10, maybe top 5, Persona 5. That game kind of helped recapture the magic of games that I used to think maybe were just a product of me being a kid or younger. Like that game sparked kind of that same type of thing within me that those older games back on PS1 did, but especially the Final Fantasy titles. Not to say I haven't played any other games that have done that, like Shadow of the Colossus. I did the same thing, just kind of this unique feel of it. And many examples of that. Like I never doubted that in my adult life, I just thought it was harder to come across kind of that magical feel that games could give you when you were younger. Right. But 7, 8, and 10 kind of encapsulate. I mean, I remember being in like math class, right? Thinking about when I was playing through Final Fantasy X in 2001, like the girl that I liked and like that I had a big crush on. Like I would just sit there daydreaming about like the wall breaking away from my classroom and like a boss fight, like, you know, happening. And I was like, you know, I'd end up fighting off the boss and saving her and like saving the class and all, like just crazy awesome stuff where back in the day, like your mind is just going wild and you're peaking with your imagination and all that kind of thing. But like, dude, like the ending of Final Fantasy X to this day, I can't watch it and not bawl. Like that hit me so hard and it still does to this day. I pretend that Final Fantasy X-2 doesn't exist. But yeah, no, for me, I mean, one of the first games I ever played was the original Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy II, which was really Final Fantasy IV, but here in the US, it was Final Fantasy II on Super Nintendo with Cecil and Kain. And one of the greatest moments in video game history, going up Mount Ordeal as a Dark Knight and you fight yourself. That's the boss fight. You're a Dark Knight trying to become a paladin. This is what, 1992? You're trying to become a paladin. And remember, like games at the time were just a niche for the most part, right? This is them kind of breaking out of that mold and really into, you know, kind of art form and storytelling medium. And out emerges yourself and you have to fight yourself. And the way you beat the battle is by defending, because that's right in line with what a paladin does. You can't attack yourself. If you attack that whole fight, you have to figure out, oh, I have to defend the whole time. And then you come down Cecil the paladin as a essentially a white knight. Chills. Just awesome. Music was on another level, even though they were using kind of MIDIs and keyboards and that kind of thing. And then Final Fantasy VI, which some people think is better than 7. I don't think it had as much of an impact, but I can totally understand why Final Fantasy VI is considered better than 7 by many of the fans. So I kind of grew up like kind of watching Final Fantasy kind of impact, you know, in a lot of ways. But then 7 took it to another level, and then 8 and 10 to me those are my favorite games ever. Sorry for going off a rant. I see I just dropped a bunch of viewers because they're like, dude, I want to watch you play Horizon. I don't want to hear you ranting and raving about games from 20 plus years ago that I may or may never have played before. So we'll get back to it here soon. But thanks for asking the question, man. Yeah, those 3 kind of, is it cheating? Maybe a little bit. I just can't really can't decide between them because they all were so meaningful to me and helped me legitimately become, in addition to my faith, part of who I am today, right? Like actually helping me become, adding to or helping me develop into the man I am today. I haven't actually played a Final Fantasy game before. Maybe I'll check out one of the recent ones. I would actually highly recommend against it. And I say that because the series has been it really hasn't been good in a long time, with the exception of Final Fantasy 14. And we're going to get back to Horizon here in a quick minute, but I think Final Fantasy 10 was probably the last great Final Fantasy game before 14. 12 was excellent, but in a different way, right? So 12, I think, holds up to this day. Actually, I think right here, yeah. So let's get this reaver down here. So I got this one. Right, Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac Age, but I also have the original steel case from PS2. Right, and I don't mess around when it comes to this stuff, man. This is all mint condition stuff. You got both discs, and then you have back in the day those instruction books, which I still miss. And this isn't like a thin instruction book either. This is a legitimate. I used to crack a game open, man. There's nothing better than opening the plastic on a video game. And the first thing I would do is crack open the instruction manual. And this is going to sound creepy, like Buffalo Bill creepy, and smell it. You get that fresh print feeling to it. That fresh print smell to it. Final Fantasy 12 was like the first real departure for the series. For what it could be, or for what comprised the Final Fantasy title. And Final Fantasy 12 is amazing. It was so far ahead of its time that you can buy the Zodiac Age, pop it in today, and have an incredible time with it. It's an amazing game. Don't get me wrong. But then you had Final Fantasy 13. That is not a Final Fantasy game. It's a disgrace in a lot of ways. Final Fantasy 15 was my biggest disappointment of the generation. Fallout 4, I think, would have been up there if it wasn't for Final Fantasy 15. But Final Fantasy 14, which is an MMO, is so true to the series' roots, and it pays such homage. It understands what resonated with players back in the day, and it represents it so well. My favorite game, I think, of this last generation was this one, Final Fantasy Heavensward. On its own, that expansion, which is another 100-hour storyline alone, and then they add all this other stuff. Like, that's a game that I'm not playing it right now. Like many other MMOs, it's just continuing to go on, and things are happening in it, whether I'm there or not. Just that storyline alone and that experience to me was as up there with any of the what I would consider, quote, golden age Final Fantasy titles. And we can talk about that more another time. I know I'm kind of getting off track here a little bit because I know you guys want to watch me play Horizon. I'm about to continue doing that. But yeah, no, I mean, Final Fantasy 16 coming out, I'm very excited about because the producer of that game is actually the guy who directed Final Fantasy 14's revival. So when 14 first came out, and a lot of you probably know this, back in 2010, it was just a disaster. It was a terrible game. And Square Enix, instead of scrapping it and calling it a loss, said, "We are so sorry about what this is, and we're going to fix it." So they actually brought a cataclysmic event to destroy the game and destroy in like the game's lore, the world. So like people would gather together on the servers, and then like this giant meteor like showed up and like destroyed the world. And then when they relaunched it under A Realm Reborn, they used that as part of the lore. This is back in 2013 or 2014 to kind of relaunch the game. And it's become, in my opinion, the best MMO ever. I mean, EverQuest is up there. Obviously, you got your World of Warcraft. But the rebirth of this game and what it's been able to accomplish, it went from like a 4 out of 10 kind of game to like a 9.5 regularly out of 10. And it's only gotten better and better and better. It's done justice to the series. It's totally rose this franchise that was dying and hadn't seen a great release in years back into relevancy, and is now, considered one of the best, if not the best MMO ever. Again, a lot of people would argue maybe World of Warcraft, but from a storyline perspective and a player engagement standpoint, this takes all of the best things from the past Final Fantasies and it brings it together. And this Endwalker that's coming out later this year is going to culminate literally an 8-year storyline. So very excited about it, but it's really the only reason Final Fantasy is still relevant. The Final Fantasy VII Remake we can talk about another time because I'll never get back to Horizon. I simultaneously think it's a fantastic objective game and also an utter disgrace for some real world issues and reasons, and for some others as well. But we'll talk about all that again. I'm sorry, guys. I've had a few drinks. I'm just kind of, you asked me what my favorite games are. I talk about Final Fantasy because no series has impacted me like Final Fantasy has. I grew up with like the piano collections and all the soundtracks, even back when it was still Super Nintendo. I would listen to the MIDI files on my computer, and literally that series is part of who I am as a person. And I will make a video someday talking about that. Many videos, I'm sure, are coming on Final Fantasy. But that's enough out of me for now. Thank you for hanging out and hanging around. I lost a few viewers there on the rant and the tangent, but that's all good. Let's see. Plums for Space says, I love Final Fantasy 12. It's one of my favorite games ever. I was getting nervous about you going off about how Final Fantasy 10 was the last good Final Fantasy game and thought you were about to say you hated it. No. Final Fantasy 12, and I think I might have mentioned this. Just a Dude says, oh, wait, this was a Horizon stream? I forgot about that. Yeah, dude, I love games. I'm just I love this medium so much. I'll sit here and rant to you guys about Solar Jetman from regular Nintendo, which still haunts me because I've never beaten it to this day. Or how great A Link to the Past is and how incredible that game was when it dropped, and why I consider it the equal, I'd say, of Ocarina of Time, which is like just blasphemous to a lot of younger Zelda fans. But no, Final Fantasy 12 is stellar. Do I have? Oh yeah, I think I actually have it right here. Hold on. Oh. So this is the original strategy guide for Final Fantasy 12. It is one of the best strategy guides that's ever been made. Like bar none. Like the level of detail in this game, and back when you had like bestiaries, I mean, just the sheer level of detail in here, you just don't see this anymore. Like this hard copy, here's the bestiary, all your enemies and their rare drops and their stats and all that good stuff. Pretty much mint condition. I used to, back in the day, I would buy the Final Fantasy titles since I was a kid, and I would get the strategy guide with them. What I would do is I would play through it once, totally blind. I did this with was Final Fantasy 12. I would play through it completely and totally blind. And then as soon as I was done with the game, I'd start up a new file. Or I would go back to my save before the final boss, and I would open up the strategy guide and see all the side quests and secret stuff I missed. Final Fantasy 12 was the last great Final Fantasy. It was different. It was great for different reasons, right? It wasn't your stereotypical Final Fantasy, right? It didn't have the love story. It didn't have any number of staples of the Final Fantasy franchise that maybe some of the older titles had. But it was an incredible game. And you can go back and play it to this day and be like, holy crap. It not only stands out and holds up to this day, it excels still by today's standard. And it dropped back in 2006. So yeah, Plums, I think that's awesome, man. That I really think that's cool that you. And again, when I say man, I don't know if you're a guy or a gal, so no offense intended by that. But regardless of that, you know, I'm just really glad. I'm really glad that you appreciate 12 for what it was and what it is. It's an excellent game, and I'm glad that you like it. And I totally understand why you love it as much as you do. To me, it was kind of the last great Final Fantasy game, whereas 10 was like the last great. Well, I mean, not including 14. That's, I mean, outside of that. But Final Fantasy 10 to me was like the last great quote unquote golden age Final Fantasy or traditional Final Fantasy title. Just a dude says, and people say video games don't require any thinking. It's so complicated. You need a frickin' encyclopedia. Yeah, no joke. No joke. Especially some of the older games. I still don't think to this day any game has really done side quests as well as the older Final Fantasies did. You know, fighting Odin within that tower within 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes to go find him and solve some puzzles. Then you have to find him. And if you can beat him, you get him as your guardian force. Or same game, you have to kill all, I think 20 plus Tonberries to get the Tonberry King to arrive, and then you can find him. There are different islands that have different ruins you can find, like the Omega ruins in Final Fantasy X, and they're not marked on your map. And I mean, Final Fantasy IX, I just recently beat again. It's the first time I really ever appreciated it the way that other people appreciated it. I really liked it growing up, but it was like my least favorite of the quote unquote golden age Final Fantasy titles. But like I played through it here again recently, and I finally understand why people loved it as much as they did. It finally struck that really deep inner chord with me. I loved it, really loved it. And I have some footage I think up on previous live stream of beating it, or maybe I don't know. I definitely have an older one before I had all this equipment of me beating Final Fantasy VIII. But anywho, that's enough out of me for now. Yeah, games, man, used to be far more complicated, far more involved. And nowadays I kind of miss that level of detail and that level of effort that went into kind of these meaningful side quests. You got a lot of that kind of here in Horizon, but in more of a traditional way where everything's clearly marked on your map. Everything's clearly pointed out to you. Okay, here's a person you can get a side quest from. You don't have to go out and do like different things in a certain order, or you have to go to certain places and, you know, before a storyline event progresses, before you can do something which will unlock something somewhere else. And, you know, it's a little bit different. Final Fantasy and some of the older RPGs from like Super Nintendo through PlayStation 1 and 2 eras did. You just don't really see those staples anymore. But anyway, I digress. I'm going off, guys. I will talk just in general about video games till the sun comes up and goes back down again, and I'll do it for years. Plums, I think that's awesome. I love the fact that you have familiarity not only with The Witcher 3 we talked about a little bit earlier, that Hearts of Stone DLC and how awesome and fantastic it is, but also Final Fantasy 12. It tells me you've been around the block and you know what's going on. So cheers to you. And cheers to you, dude. Thank you as well. Again, dude, I know I keep saying thank you for that donation, man. That really just means the world. Cheers, guys. All right. Oh, and by the way, my taste in games, it spans all types of genres. So you'll see, I'm going to put up videos about 22-minute rant. That's the record to beat. Didn't realize it was that long, but I'm starting to understand now why my viewership dropped quite a bit. People are like, all right, I'm going to bed. I don't need to hear all this. 22 minutes. Not bad. That's actually, for me, short because in case you guys haven't picked up on this at all, I'm a little bit verbose. But in addition to all, you know, my Horizon videos and stuff, I got videos up on other things. You'll see me, you know, I put a video up about, it's the first time that I haven't bought a mainline Resident Evil series in ages. And, you know, here's a reason why. Like, I don't discriminate when it comes to anything in life, but in particular video games. I play games across the board. Third-person shooters, first-person shooters, RPGs, JRPGs, admittedly my favorite, open world games, you name it. I just love this industry, man, and this form of art. Let's get back to this. Thank you guys for sticking with me through that rant there. And good question, Justin, dude. You knew the right question to ask to get me to go off on a tangent. Although, to be fair, admittedly, it don't take much. Let's head up the mountain. Looks like we're going to have to climb here, huh? Oh, that works for me. And 22-minute rant. That's the record to beat. Trust me, man. I'll beat that record here sometime soon. All right, Aloy. By the way, if you guys can pick up, because I turned my TV up a little bit. If you're picking up double audio or anything like that, which you shouldn't, right? You shouldn't. But if you happen to have any issues with the audio, just let me know and I'll make sure to take care of that for you. Awfully precarious up here. It's funny, I've got this intense fear of heights, but like heights in video games don't bother me. But if you're telling me I got to go underwater, which is, I'm a little bit concerned about Forbidden West, because I saw some underwater stuff and I'm assuming that you can go underwater. I've never really been able to conquer that fear without a significant amount of alcohol. We talked about Final Fantasy VII a little bit earlier. Emerald Weapon in Final Fantasy VII was when I realized that, plus Mario 64 Dire Docks, I believe it was. There's an eel under there. And I still to this day have nightmares about both of those. I love that little time slowing. But anyway, back to the thalassophobia, I think they call it. That's when I realized, when we moved into kind of the 3D side of things with video games, that was going to be a real issue going forward.
Watchers on the other side.
Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other side. I love kind of that little, just that. I'm not hearing anything. All good on. Okay, good deal. I probably shouldn't recommend you Subnautica. No, yeah, definitely not. I said I noped out of that harder than anything I can remember. I saw the trailer for it and I couldn't even get through the trailer. Oh, that didn't do anything because I shot a corrupted arrow. Oh my goodness. Oh. And can I just say, guys, guys and gals, it's been such a joy getting to talk with you guys and know you a little bit. Like I said, before, this is one of the reasons, if not the primary reason, that I started all of this, was to just kind of like meet really cool people and just geek out together over games and share life together. It's just been awesome talking to you guys and getting to know you a little bit. So thanks for interacting and hanging out and spending time with me. And yeah, it's been awesome. So cheers to you guys. Uh-oh. Okay, so I tagged him. Okay, so that's good that I was able to tag him. I love how difficult these stalkers actually are to see when you're kind of you're out there doing your thing and you know that they're around, because you can kind of see the mines and you see the lighting popping off there in the distance, and stalkers are around and they've got that predator thing going on, but they're, it's not like very easy to see them until they're like right at your throat, ready to slice your aorta. Sorry, your aorta is in your heart. It's not in your throat. That's your jugular. But I love being able to hit wildlife with those harvest arrows. I really don't need to gather Ridgewood. Yeah, Subnautica, dude, is... yeah, I mean, I've quit outright games. So Far Cry 3 is a good example. There are great white sharks in Far Cry 3, and you can have like kind of a camera to scan and see what's going on. And it'll tag like anything in its view. And there's a part near the end of the game where you have to jump in like this cave in this watering hole, and there's a great white in there, and I know there's one in there because I could see it in my camera's view, and there was no way to get around it. I quit the game. Although apparently I drank a lot one night and beat the game, and I don't even remember it. That was the only way I could get past it. But I don't have any memory of doing it. I totally resigned myself to quitting. Most games, when it gets to that kind of point, I'll just give up on it, because that's how hardcore being underneath, being underwater in games is for me. It gives me palpitations. It makes me feel like when I'm flying, which I have to do for my job pretty frequently, or at least used to have to do for my job frequently. Like no matter how many years I've been flying for, I'm still like, I'm internally doing it, but I'm white knuckling it. I might as well, leave fingerprints or fingernail claw marks on the footrest, or the hand rest rather. I just white knuckle it the entire time. And being underwater in games is very similar in that regard. As far back as, like I said, those 2 games that kind of made me realize this is something I'm going to struggle with forever was Emerald Weapon in Final Fantasy VII in the submarine, and then just that eel in Mario 64. I believe it was in Dire Docks, coming out of his like little hole there, even though he couldn't really do much to you. That's where it started, and I haven't been able to really conquer it yet. There are some very rare examples of me just powering through it because I love a game so much. Doom Eternal being one of them. In the DLC, there are sharks and you're underneath. I'm horrified of sharks on top of like just a giant body of water, and it's like it's like the vastness of like the ocean, not being able to see the bottom and knowing there are things in there like that. That's kind of what it is. And then like the horror being you're in there and there are things around you or coming at you, and there's that whole situation is where it's at. Doom Eternal I love enough that I was able to just kind of power through it. I had to kind of like turn the volume down. I'm like half looking away as I'm getting through it. I was totally bitched out. It's just I'm no shame in it, man. Legitimate fear and phobia. But it's just funny how like
Tough, but
I can do heights and stuff in video games, no problems, whereas in real life I have real issues with that. But then like the underwater piece, I can't. If it's first person, forget it. Other than Doom, forget it. There's going to be a significant underwater component to Horizon Forbidden West, and a Loch Ness Monster machine was hinted. Yeah. So somebody put up and asked about that in the subreddit. And I was like, for the love of God and all that is holy, please no. Please don't. Please let it just be like you have to avoid stuff underwater. I do love this game enough, and I do have enough beer, I think, in the foreseeable future to get me through it, especially with knowing people are watching. That'll probably help. But it's gonna be hard. I'm telling you guys right now, it's gonna be extremely difficult for me. But that'll probably be entertaining, at least for you, seeing me sweating bullets and being legitimately trembly and terrified over it. But this is one of those games, kind of like Doom Eternal, where it would be worth putting up with that and just pushing myself through it, or drinking to get through it if I have to continue playing the game. I mean, I was even getting really nervous watching the Forbidden West state of play when there were Snapjaws in the water, and she's kind of like, she's in the reeds. It was like simultaneously awesome, but also like
I doubt they think it all.
terrifying.
More like an instinct.
I didn't know if someone was going to attack her or
Gather
what.
them to her grave.
All right, Aloy, let's do this. Glinthawk's not worried about it. Ravager or Sawtooth? Of course it's a Ravager. From the clip we saw, it's probably just traversal with little to no combat, but we'll see. For your sake, hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, the worst thing for me, man, could be that Loch Ness Monster type of thing where there's just a giant mass in the water. There's a giant mass in the water and I don't know where it is at any given time, and it could be anywhere. I can't do it. Actually, that reminds me of something really quick. I'll show you guys really quick before I get back to this. There's a game I'm playing right now called East 8. And if you guys haven't played it, I cannot recommend it enough. despite it being the 8th title. It's like a Final Fantasy. You don't have to play any of the other East titles to enjoy it. That's kind of YS. This game is stellar, and I'm going to make a video about it sometime in the near future about why I think it's worth people's time. It's just blown my mind with how cool it's been. But there's an item you can get in the game where you can actually go underwater and breathe underwater, and you'll see me nope out really fast in this clip. Like, when I say really fast, I'm talking like you'll see me kind of go up to the edge of it because I don't want to see what's beyond it, and I'm nope. Yeah, right. Is it right here? Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so that obviously those little lines mean that you can go underwater, and I'm just like, I really don't want to go under here because I don't know what's under here. I'm just stalling. Look at me just stalling like, okay, I can do it. I can do it. Go under there instantly. No. No way in hell. No. 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 Yeah. That's kind of what we're dealing with. By the way, that game has one of the best soundtracks I've heard in a long time. So what do we got here? We got a Glint Hawk. We got a Ravager.
I can still get the upper hand.
Okay, that right there really didn't work out well, did it? Oh, dear Lord. I thought that for sure I was going to be okay, but I was wrong. Don't mind if I do. Wow. Oh, my dear Lord. Okay, well, you know what? Looks like we got to repel. Time to take down some Glint Hawks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get out of this corner. And let's get this Bannock culling bow equipped up so we can hit it with some fire. Another Ravager, huh? Alright, well, you know what? This was not a good time at all to aggro enemies, was it? These red-eye watchers, man, drive me nuts. Or just watchers in general. This has been just an absolute shit show. My goodness. Alright. Time to start punishing these Glint Hawks that have made my life for once just such absolute hell. I don't mind using some resources in mean, it's all on me for just coming out right in the open, which I honestly didn't think that was going to happen. I thought I had some more leeway than that. Oh, I love that attack from above. I love that you can do that attack from above after a jump. Pretty nice.
Again.
Guys, that rope caster, man. Not only a tear blast, but that Just a Dude says, I'm off to bed. Good luck with the next part of the story. For your sake, hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, dude, again, Just a Dude, if you're still there, and let me go into ranting and raving here. Yo, thank you, man. Seriously, so much, not only for the donation, which just still, man, super humbled by that. Thank you so much. But just hanging out and talking with you, man, the fact that you come in and want to talk games and hang out, that's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Have a great night. Stay healthy and safe, and we'll see you here real soon. We got, yeah, Plums, you said the same thing. There's going to be significant underwater portion. Yep. Yeah, not looking forward to it, but we'll see how it goes. All right. It is cold up here. I need to get some medicinal. Let's see. I still got 3 full health potions. I used both of my regular potions, and I got 2.
Nice. To a good.
What do they call it? Let's see. All right, so now we got 5 full health potions, then health boost potion. We got 2 of those, so I should be okay. All right, let's take a gander here at what we got to do. I'm looking forward to seeing what plays out next in the story, because it's just been amazing up to this point. Don't really need any corruption glaze route, although that might be a decent sign of what's to come. If that's the case, I got plenty of corruption roots to keep me safe from any corruptors or any type of damage coming in there. Just going to make sure that I'm topping up on my pouch here. Medicinal Wild Ember. There we go. There we go. Let's top up. Oh, I'm glad I came back, because I apparently forgot to... there we go. Forgot to loot up that Ravager. Campfire over there. Need any Ridgewood. In fact, let's take a look here and make sure that we can't get rid of any Ridgewood, because I am so sick of seeing Ridgewood. Get rid of that stack. Can get rid of these scrapper lenses. Whoops. How much Ridgewood we got here sitting on Aloy's character? Only 17. Okay, not bad. I must have gotten rid of everything else before. I remember getting rid of some, but maybe not that much. All right. Let's pick up these metal shards, some chill water. Let's hit a manual save, and let's continue the storyline, shall we? Yeah, we're 52 hours into the game, and I think we've been making good progress. Hard to believe I put this much time into the game with a family and 2 wives and kids, and all these other games to play. Wait, a family, a wife, and 2 kids. I don't have 2 wives, guys. I'm not a polygamist. But this has just been awesome. This has just been awesome. I'm really looking forward to moving forward, just hanging out with you guys and playing games over the coming days, weeks, months, and years. All right. Make sure there's no holographs here, anything I can pick up and scan, because I've found a couple places where, you know, if I had not hit that focus quickly, I'd miss out on something significant. And apparently, according to some of you guys, I've already missed a few places. So good to know that there's going to be a power cell here, and that I need to keep an eye out for that. And that the ruin I went to in the beginning of the game, I need to hit back to get that other power cell so I can unlock that ultimate armor there. I don't know if it's ultimate armor, but it's it looks like elite gold tier, you know, ultra rare version armor of Enclave armor from Fallout, and that's enough for me, to say the least. And there's just something too about tapping triangle on every single icon in the field. It never gets old. I don't know why. I love picking stuff up, but especially in this game because of how often you're using the items and the resources that you're picking up for significant, you know, causes and significant things. It never feels like any of it's just pointless. But again, let's just make sure here. Let's scan the ridge line. Yep, we're good. See if we got some medicinal. There we go. Yeah, I definitely want to fill up that medicinal pouch because even though I've got some potions, I've got some health boost potions and full life potions. Actually, I only have full life potions. Well, I do have 5 of them though. I got 5 of those, and I got 2 health boost potions on top of it. I just want to. I mean, look at the just that filter that they put on over there. It's almost like a smear. I mean, there's a blizzard coming in, so it makes sense, but it's almost like a smear on the lens up there as you look at the skybox, and it's just really effective and makes sense. I'm just going to make sure I get all the medicinal stuff that I can, and apparently I missed out on this enemy too. What's this? A glint hawk. Okay, I missed the glint hawk. I'm glad I came back over this way. That's the first time glint hawks really gave me any real issues. They kind of trap me back there, and you know, when you're fighting multiple other enemies, that's essentially when they're the most dangerous, is when you're fighting other enemies and they're just essentially they become the ads, right? And you need to prioritize taking them down. I did not do that. I focused on the Ravagers instead, and I paid the price for it. And that price was predominantly health resources, which in this game are precious.
That away.
All right, guys, let's climb. I feel like I'm going up Everest. Oh. Oh. I just grabbed a different beer. I didn't realize I did. What we got? Oh, that makes sense. This is called a Raging Bitch. I thought I grabbed a blood orange, but not the case. For those of you who are watching later as well, thank you. Let's do this. So I feel like I kind of feel like Metal Gear. I kind of feel like God of War style, like this yellow paint rather, is like leading me somewhere. Like maybe there's a handhold up here, but I don't.
Search for melted snow.
Let's see, can we Skyrim it? I'll be honest, the Skyrim hopping is kind of real in this game if you know how to do it and where to go. Let's see if we can get up here. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, I guess let's try right over here. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. I really like the climbing in this game. They slow it down just a tad from like your Uncharted's of the world. See what we got here. Oh, Stormbird. That's not at all what I wanted to see. I'll be honest. But I'm up for the challenge, though. Am I?
Guess I'm almost there.
Correct.
Am I though? I'm not. I take it back. I'm definitely not up for the challenge. All right. You know what? We got to take out this bandit culling bow because I ain't gonna do squat against this enemy. We got to get tear blast. There I am again. Tear blast ammunition going. All right, let's pop out this shadow sharp shot bow. Okay, well, so I don't know what just happened. Thought I equipped it, apparently didn't, but then what I did fire absolutely wrecked its face. Let's do an override, shall we? I downed it already. I'll take it as an accidental win. I'm really glad I went through Cauldron Zeta up to this point. I mean, this level of awesome should not exist. This level of awesome should not be allowed to exist. Alright.
These will keep.
Plenty of time to run around, pick up some medicinal salves. Let's top up on our health here. I don't need the Ridgewood. That's for sure. Looks like we're about 75% left in that override, so let's just get out of Dodge for now. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll take down Stormbirds. I'm not worried about that. I can do that. It'll be battle, and I'll need to use quite a few potions, but I mean, if I can get past it here, especially given I just killed a couple of them last night on the stream, I'll go ahead and do that. I love this kind of battle arena that they've set aside for you. Clearly set up an environment for you to fight this Stormbird straight up and to be able to use the different aspects of it. They've dropped a bunch of medicinal herbs here for you. So if you have not done that cauldron, it looks like you'd be set up well enough to succeed as long as you stayed on your toes. You learned how to dodge. And speaking of which, I need to get that long dodge going because I have not unlocked that yet, and I think we're well past the time where it would be more than helpful. Make sure there's no data points up there. All right, now I'm starting to get a little uncomfortable because he's going to run out of override here very soon. And there's no grass here. Absolutely no grass here for me to hide in that I can see at this point. Oh, here's a little one. Here we go. Right as that override ends, he's back to protecting his territory there, and I'm able to continue on. Not that he's not going to fly back over this way, but he's just going to do a circle over there and guard his territory. Okay, that's just another level of lighting that I haven't... Again, just yet another lighting profile I haven't seen before in a unique environment. Coming through on that right-hand side. I mean, I don't even know if I'd call that orange or pink. It's like some other level of shading that I've not seen before. Technically, my God, the game's stunning. Game just 50 plus hours in still. I just have to stop and watch. And you know, guys, I'm sorry, I gotta take a picture. I haven't done that yet. Let's hit up photo mode here quick. Let's reset everything. Let's make Aloy do that. Where is it? Body pose. Like that. Let's drop our field of view here a little bit. Or maybe actually increase it. How's that? There we go. See if any borders here make sense. I don't think they do, but let's just take a look just in case. I think it might make sense to pop a Horizon Zero Dawn on there. What do you guys think? Bottom right. Yeah, I think we're going to hit a bottom right there. Greetings from Snowy Horizon Dawn. I just like the option that they give you. I think that's it. Let's see if there's any colorizing that we can do that would make sense. I don't know. I just think naturally this just looks beautiful. She's right in that beam there. Let's see. Vibrant, black and white. No. None of this looks like something. That one's got some promise. I mean, that one's got some promise, but I just think the game naturally is just so gorgeous that I don't need any of this. Let's just leave it right there. Plums for Peace says she's kind of floating. I guess you're right. Let's this might even be I guess that right foot is off the ground. Let's go for that's a little bit better. Got both of her feet on the ground. Right? That's not terrible. I think it looks pretty good, but Fearless would work. Yeah, let's do that one. There we go. That one looks better. Good looking out, Plums for Peace. Good looking out. When I'm not streaming, man, I'm in I spend a lot of time in photo mode in a lot of games. I think Ghost of Tsushima probably does have the best photo mode I've ever experienced in a game. Really, really, really great. But again, just the I mean, right there, that's a photo. Boom.
Sacrifice. It did this.
Look at this. Crack the inside of the mountain like it was an egg.
Like it was an egg.
Yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
I mean, you got to see this in 4K, guys. If you haven't seen this in 4K HDR on a top tier TV, it's just the sense of scale. Look at the snow falling off the right hand side there. I can't remember a game that graphically put my jaw on the floor as consistently as this. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima's up there. I'd say they're about equal in that perspective, but I prefer the art direction of this game a little bit more as well, because it's not quite as ethereal, even though you've got some ethereal qualities. Ghost of Tsushima, it does an amazing job of it, but sometimes it's almost like an overexposure of light. I don't know. I hate comparing. They're both amazing in their own right. Let's just put it that way. But like, it's not enough to just be graphically great looking. You've got to also marry those graphics, right, with art direction. And this game does it. And also does an incredible job of hammering home a true sense of scale. Like, I feel like an ant in this giant cavern. I feel that sense of scale that they're trying to convey, and they've just hard to believe what a staggering achievement this is. Mike, look at that. And the music, the ambient sound coming in.
Don't look down.
Oh God, I looked down. I did what we're not supposed to do. I like when you're jumping from point to point. Sometimes she like has to like jump up and then like land her feet and then do like a leap from that small little climb point up to the next one. It always, every time, it like makes my heart jump or skip a beat. Shades of both Shadow of the Colossus and Uncharted here. I'm getting more of a sense of Shadow of the Colossus when it comes to the sense of scale of your character against the environment that they're traversing. All right, guys, we're getting to Gaia Prime. I'm ready. But is my body? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whew. So I was talking a little bit earlier about my fear of underwater. My fear of heights is still very prevalent in games. I can just overcome it far easier than my fear of underwater. But going to the edge right there gave me a bit of an aneurysm. All right, let's head into this Gaia Prime bunker. Continue up this story.
This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years.
Oh, I love it. Can I just say I really hope by the end of the game that Silence becomes more of like a... I really hope he becomes more of a father figure to her rather than just a condescending prick. I understand his point about, yeah, you know, you build your trust on the bedrock of mutual interest rather than, or you build your relationship on a mutual interest versus trust. And look, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, he wants to stay detached, most likely for reasons. But, he is not, he's a solid character, but in comparison to kind of Aloy and what she's going through, he has not been pleasant to deal with for the most part.
For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain.
It's the equivalent of 2002.
Your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim. Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in meridian as they tried to read this omen.
Just continuing incredible
The crater burned for weeks.
writing.
When it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here.
Except me.
Except me.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur.
Playing a dangerous game with
Material
this,
from the
man.
system now
Destroying
might allow
Hades.
Hades to use it as a weapon. And because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
But do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. And by the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years. And we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
Yeah, so plums for peace. I'm gonna go ahead and guess like some of the stuff I haven't really thought about it till now because I was thinking like, where did all these tribes come from and all these people? I guess when you're in that when you're in All Mother Mountain and you're talking about or you're seeing kind of those video messages or those holograms of the servitor saying you guys have to go out and live on your own, that I guess they went out, they procreated and all that stuff, and that kind of started this new phase of life on the outside world, right? And still that line of dialogue hit me so hard for whatever reason last night, where they asked, well, what are you going to do? And the servitor just simply said, I'm going to remember you and lay down and sleep, or vice versa, whichever one it was, but equally cryptic. And I just love how this is playing out, man. I just love it. Let's go on in.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed.
There's that ambient music again, slowly rising to a short and somewhat subtle crescendo before fading off again. The full-blown composed tracks in this game, like when you're going into All Mother Mountain and you're fighting and stuff, then you go and you get revealed all these things, is awesome. Look at that little tuft of snow and rock that fell down right there. Like you just constantly, again, you got that visual aspect of things. But the ambient music, like the soundtrack in this game overall, whether it's just the ambiance of the environments that you're exploring and traversing versus, the themes for certain characters and people and situations in the game, it's just all together. It's just a magnificent effort. I can't say enough about the sound design in this game, whether you're talking about the actual music or just hearing the environment around you, or how the enemies and the machines interact with one another, the environment and you. It's just... And then when they interact together, oh, Gaia Prime arrival log.
Logging arrivals, Shen Margot.
Welcome to Frozen Hell. Population 10.
11 counting Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embryos before they incubated, hon. She's still firing
Travis.
up. Be a while
He's such a
before you
dick.
eat that omelet.
I'm vegan, Travis. You'd think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice.
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media?
Mind your footing.
Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And in here, we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? Work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you will. You're what, 30? Reckon you'll be the one turning the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
Yeah, because they had, 100 years, right? At the end of it, like they had the people that didn't choose medical euthanasia, those who decided to go into, what was it called? Oh my God. Guys, I'm sorry. I got my buzz on. Not Eternia, anyway, the end of the sealed bunker at the end, they got about 100 years. They weren't allowed to procreate, not that kind of thing. Holy crap, that's intense right there. You just make sure up here there's nothing else that I can get to, because you guys gave me a great indication there's the power cell somewhere in here, so I want to make sure I don't miss that. I want to make sure I don't miss any more data points as well, because I got to go back and find a few back in the Horizon Zero Dawn facility. I want to make sure I don't forget that. All the talk about how impressed you are with the music and environment design makes me think you'll really love the Frozen Wilds. It's absolutely incredible, says Plums for Peace. There are... All right, before I continue, just real quick, I know you guys, again, like half podcast, half live stream. Maybe not half, but some and some. For me, one of the most underrated pieces of this medium is the music. I grew up with piano collections from the Final Fantasy soundtracks, right? So I collect all the Final Fantasy soundtracks, but then they would release, like I've got a box set somewhere in here. I'm not going to go drag it out like I did with some of the other things earlier tonight, but they had 2,500 copies of a Final Fantasy piano collection, and they would take like a certain collection of songs from the Final Fantasy games and they just transcribe them onto piano. Even if they had 5, 6, 7 instruments playing in there, with violin and piano and guitar and drums and all that stuff, bass. And so for me, like sound design has always been so important in a game. And you kind of break that down into multiple levels. You can break that down into the environment around you. You can break that down into kind of the way that sound effects, you know, even sound effects, it encompasses multiple areas, but the actual OST is to me so important. I will sit through a shitty, terrible game that has I should have said poopy. I'm trying to be family friendly, but I'm sorry. It is what it is. I will sit through a bad game if it has a great soundtrack just to experience the soundtrack. So to see a game of this caliber, of this quality, just absolutely firing off from ambience up to those full-blown musical tunes I was talking about earlier. It's special. I love games that carry certain themes for characters or scenarios or situations. And this game kind of has all of that. And then it's got, whether you're in a bunker somewhere down below exploring the old world, or you're out in the wild hearing like the insects buzzing around you in the marshlands, or the wind blowing past you and changing depending on whether you're in the mountains versus down in the plains. And then the ambient sound that comes up. Another game, as I mentioned before, that does it very well when it comes to the ambient side of things is Ghost of Tsushima. Is incredible in that regard. And it's such a significant additional sense and area of the game that's very important, that sometimes gamers don't take note of, but it's something that influences them whether they know it or not as they play through. This game is extremely noticeable. Absolutely stellar sound work all the way around. Looking forward to the Frozen Wilds. Thanks for sharing that with me, Peace for Plums. Or Plums for Peace. Peace for Plums. Yeah, thanks for letting me know that. I'm looking forward to it. That'll be great. That's a very important aspect of games to me, and one that I've always appreciated and always will. And yet again, here we come into yet another bunker, yet another old world ruin that, despite having that similar kind of theme to it, similar kind of environment, still manages to carry its own integrity and its own character wholesale. Feels completely different from any of the other ruins that I've explored throughout the game so far. Back out into the cavern we go. This kind of reminds me of God of War, like Shadow of the Colossus and God of War from a scale size of things. God of War, like the older God of Wars, did a really good job of like a sense of scale. So I don't know here if I want to, I guess I can't get up there. But I'll probably end up here, and then I'll be able to zip line down all the way back over here, I would assume. Oh, this makes me nervous. What's down there? Oh, it's a rappel point. Okay. I mean, seeing her hair, I can see on my TV in the quality I'm looking at, I can see every fiber of her hair, and then seeing the beam come down here. I mean, it's so it looks like I can climb back up this way. Let's see if there's anything up on this. No, I guess I can't. Okay. Oh no, I can. Okay. No. Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, here we go. I just want to make sure there's nothing up here that I have missed, some kind of collectible or an ancient set. This game does a great job of kind of setting out collectibles for you. Really good job of that. It makes me feel like I need to explore every nook and cranny, whether I'm out in the open world or in a cavern somewhere like this. This is where I just came out of. Let's take a look. Nope. Power cell. There it is. All right. Sorry, I got really excited there, guys. I might have blown your eardrums out. My bad. Glad I took a look there. One more power cell to go to get that that Power Weaver armor. Is this a zip line? No, that's up there. Okay. I was about to run and jump off this probably to my death, so I'm really glad I picked up that was... well, let's see. Can I? Oh, I love that you can jump from a distance and land on that zip line. That's awesome. Love it. Did not know that until right now. Yet another small detail in this game that is continued to blow my mind. Guys, we're over 50 hours in. Guerrilla's still impressing me in so many different ways. This... Oh my God, that made my heart fall. That little like hang there, that little hang over the precipice. Oh, I hate heights. I'm normally good with heights in games, but this is making me feel it. The sense of scale that this game delivers is, yeah, it's very God of War and Shadow of the Colossus-esque. I can't think of another game that does
like
it as
this
well.
For 19 years, right?
Yeah.
Well,
don't answer.
Hey, Lloyd. Yeah. Don't answer. Yep. God, I love her so much. I'm making a video on my YouTube channel that's going to be dedicated directly just to why I love her so much. I might even write a script for it. Typically, when I do these YouTube videos that you guys I just kind of sit down and just share my thoughts and splice things in. But I might write it's like she deserves a script to be written to legitimately talk about why she's such an amazing character. Top 5. And I really expected her to kind of be a Mary Sue, shallow kind of tick box, and she's been just an absolute revelation in every way, shape, and form. Cheers. Thank you guys again for joining me tonight on the Arsenal stream. Every Friday, 5:30 to 6 o'clock till late, and I'm trying to put a few more out this week. I was able to get this one up tonight, and hopefully I'll get one up tomorrow night too. We'll see how that goes. Anything down here I can find? Nope. Let's continue through this bunker here.
Not this way. Maybe further up the shaft.
Yeah, but is there anything down here, Aloy? Is there any type of... Yep, here we go. All right, we'll search that supply crate. I desperately needed the Ridgewood. Desperately needed the Ridgewood. I'm really glad I picked that up. Yo, Plums for Peace. Can I just say how awesome it is that like I've talked about multiple games tonight and you've been intimately familiar with all of them. It's just been awesome being able to reference Final Fantasy 12, which came out in 2006, and The Witcher 3, and you being like not only as familiar with this game as you are, but also be able to talk about those. Like, again, cheers to you. It's awesome. Look at that. Look at that.
All enclosed by rock and metal.
Here we go.
Record. I just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more... shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. The last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders, and lottery winners, and life cults.
Look at the particle
buried
effects.
in their little shelters.
Look at that.
Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at
Elysium, that's the name of the
No
place.
different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific. None of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp. One last gasp before the long-held breath.
Oh, that writing.
Before I wake up,
Ooh.
I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself. To a quiet planet. A barren sphere. Just Gaia. And her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
Guys, I can't emphasize enough how unbelievably well done the writing is in this game. I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom here real fast because I've been having a couple drinks and I gotta pee. Straight up, I gotta pee. I think part of why this concept works as well as it does is because Guerrilla had a inherent understanding of not only how to write, but how to kind of convey through that writing the utter finality of what was happening to this world pre-fall to the player. I feel right when I'm like hearing these audio logs and I'm listening to, like, for instance, in the Horizon Zero Dawn facility, I'm hearing these exit interviews, or not exit interviews, but I'm hearing these interviews of people when they're telling them actually what's really going on. The hopelessness, like I said, the finality, the ending of it all, like I can tangibly feel it as I read through these logbooks, as I hear these things being conveyed. And again, it's just a testament to not just the writing, but the voice actors, even for those who, let's say, chose medical euthanasia in the game's lore world. That black cloud where you can kind of put yourself in that character's shoes and understand the world's coming to an end and there's nothing you can do about it. All you got to do is hope one day that all this work you're putting towards for the rest of your life will work out. You've got 100 years in this sealed shelter, assuming that nobody procreates, and they sterilize you to ensure that, the life that you're living out, you're never going to have kids. You're never going to see children again. Like, the babies aren't a thing. Like, there's no hope for the human race as you know it, except for if this plays out the way that you hope and think that it will play out. And not really knowing, but do knowing, but you do know that the human race is coming to an end presently. All of that would be comical in so many other settings, and so not settings, but it would be comical in so many other developers' hands. You look at something like Homefront. Okay, like Homefront could have been an amazing franchise. It could have been an amazing series, right? About China, or is it Korea? North Korea taking over, and invading and becoming like the world superpower, and like all these atrocities, war crimes, all that stuff. And it was just so badly handled by the developer, who didn't have the talent, didn't have the capability to kind of convey the seriousness of that. And Guerrilla Games, man, if there's one word I think of when I think of them, before I started playing this game, it was capable. Now the word that comes to mind is mastermind. For them to be able to take these concepts and not just run with them and have them come off as not corny or hokey, but legitimate. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Here I am playing as a character who's in, after all of this stuff is happening, and yet when I'm listening to these audio logs, I feel like I'm there waiting for the world to end. Unbelievable. Going Going to run to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back, and then we will continue playing through some Horizon Zero Dawn. We'll finish out this mission, and we'll figure out what we're going to do after that. Thanks for hanging out with me. We'll talk here. It's the first time tonight I haven't left and lost a viewer. I did, however, earlier lose a bunch of viewers when I went on a 22-minute rant about why I love Final Fantasy. Again, guys, this is podcast plus live streaming. It's kind of a little bit of both, and someone happened to ask me a question about what's my favorite game of all time. And then I gave them 7, 8, and 10 Final Fantasy and kind of jumped into the reason why. If you think that's cheating, I'm sorry. it is what it is. We can always talk Final Fantasy, best games ever, and all that kind of stuff another time. But I know that you guys want me to play a little bit more Horizon Zero Dawn and continue experiencing this game that I'm honestly losing adjectives to describe. I just, all words kind of are falling short. Magnificent, yes. Enough, no. Stellar, adequate, maybe. Phenomenal, more apt. Thank you guys for hanging out with me here tonight. Let's crack this here. Boom goes the dynamite. Take a quick sip. And continue rolling through learning more about Gaia Prime. Thank you all for hanging out. Doom, 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 doom. I love the sound in this game. What do we got here? Audio log, good deal. Charles Ronson, or a snake would say, Charles Ronson? Colonel, what's Charles Ronson doing here?
Evacuation happens so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Pake I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradiseidae zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose.
Ugh.
Angry at myself for...
God, this makes me so uncomfortable in the best way.
He died alone. And I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise saved either. All the time left in the world now to think. Gaia Prime's locks are sealed. Elysium sealed up, safe and sound. A distance of miles, but it might as well be on the other side of the galaxy. All the betas and gammas and support staff living their lives. If I hadn't been an alpha, if things had gone differently, I could have been there. Instead, I'm spending the rest of my unnatural life in here with people I don't even like. And without the one I would have gladly spent my life with. Given the chance. 2 hours since I signed off on the final executables, and I'm already a bitter old man bitching to his focus. There's a thought for future generations.
Jeez. This all feels totally separated from what you're doing in the game. It as intended. I mean, it really does feel like these are communications just echoing from the past. So before I continue, I just want to make sure, okay, I already went up here. Yeah, there's nothing there, so I can continue my way down here. Sure I'm not missing anything behind me. All right. Guys, I got a serious buzz going now.
She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals.
Elizabeth's journals.
And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but its engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years.
Years.
Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe this will play a role in the Forbidden West, right? We've already picked up on the fact that Rost headed out to the Forbidden West at some point. There's been a couple references out there, which makes sense, right? But maybe we start downloading these and this will play a role somehow in the sequel, assuming that they don't get decrypted or rebuilt or restored or however you want to put it prior to that. Because guys, this is my first playthrough. I have no idea. But that would be kind of like a nice breadcrumb or a bread trail into the next series, or maybe even beyond, or next title in this series, or maybe even beyond. Maybe they plant this here and we don't return to it until 2 games or 3 games down the line. This could be a really good way to kind of add longevity to the franchise, where you kind of put this vague, you kind of put this vague reference in here, and then you can kind of take that and build from it for any future entry in the series. Smart by Guerrilla, right? And again, maybe they answer in this title. I don't know. But I love this. Love it. Solid state storage devices, which is my PS5 that I'm playing this on. Cursory scan indicates severe data corruption from impact and exposure damage. So it looks like it's not something I actually have to do anything with here now. This is going to be part of the lore. Yeah. Good deal. I also get kind of I know I've mentioned this earlier in the stream, or earlier in my playthrough, not just this stream, or not this stream. God, wow, these beers are hitting me. Earlier in my playthrough, I talked about how there's a little bit of Metroid Prime with this, the scanning and stuff that plays out, or that I've been doing. Kind of still getting that feeling here.
What is this?
Whoops. Parkour. Did not mean to parkour.
This is Charles Ronson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap.
Ooh.
Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Now, who I signed up for?
Of course you're not, Travis, you selfish bastard.
All of this was for nothing.
By the way, I love Samina. Is like my favorite non-Aloy character in the game. She's awesome.
It should be Liz's decision. So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
Oh no. Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia?
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Nice.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen.
She's wearing that Weaver armor that I'm trying to get tonight.
It's all right. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
Not like this. There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings.
Oh,
I'm
man.
letting things end, so,
your trails, Liz. And see you around.
Oh, and the music's playing, dude, coming in.
Take care of each other, all right?
Oh.
Liz, I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobek. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
So I talked about earlier how this game had me wrapped around its fingers. I mean, that is so cool, by the way, that the Weaver armor that I'm going to pick up later is going to be the same armor that she wore when she went out. You know, I talk a lot about how these various different parts of the game wouldn't fire, right? Like a failed piston if it was done by any other developer, and yet because it's Guerrilla at the helm, all of it is. I felt that. I felt that. I felt like I was one of those people standing at the table, whether it was Samina, well, Travis is a dickhead, but okay. Any of the other people that are there. What an amazing job they've done of making that old world feeling come to life in the age that this game is set in. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. By the way, cheers to all of you out there who have either watched any of these streams. If you're here now, you never see it, whatever, that you guys support me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's 12:30 on the 6th of June, 2021, which is hard to believe because I just got used to writing 2021. And yet we're halfway through the year already. Hard to kind of reconcile that in my brain. But appreciate all of you. Don't know when I'm going to stop playing tonight. Might be 2:30, might be 3, might be 1:30, might be 20 minutes from now. I just want to play this game. And I'll hang out with the rest of you. Thank you all again for everything. Let's continue on, shall we?
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
God. Just one more time. The way Aloy just said that, literally, so you guys have probably sent that broken heart emoji multiple times. Literally just zigzag down in my own heart. Seeing her say it and hearing her say it, because she thought in some way, shape, or form Sobek was still going to be around. The level, I mean, just the vulnerability of this character. Especially when you have kind of the opposite of that, this dickhead Silence on the other side of her. She's such a good character. Aloy is such a good character. She's such a great character. I feel like I'm her. You know, most of the time developers feel the need to have a silent protagonist so you can like transport yourself into that character. That's kind of the reason that they've done that. You know, I mean, in the past it was because they didn't have the technological ability to do it, to voice a character and have them in 3D and all that kind of stuff. But in general, like you still occasionally see games with a silent protagonist. And by the way, if you don't know Viva La Dirt League, just look up Viva La Dirt League silent protagonist. It's really good. It's funny. They're amazing. But I digress. For a developer to put a spoken, predetermined, for the most part, you get the option to like do different things in your, you know, in your conversation trees and those types of things, which is nice. But to have a character this well defined, or this specifically defined and voice acted and predetermined in a number of ways, for you as the player to feel this closely, like I feel like I'm her. So as she's kind of going through these emotions and these feelings and stuff, that's what I'm going through. And right now my heart is breaking for her. And she's like I'm just, so as she started to say there, and you can see her kind of in the screen here, I'm going to pop onto it here. You can see her kind of looking down. And like, again, you've got Gorilla's technical and logical ability to execute on emotion with her, but then you've got the voice acting going on. You've gotten everything that's set up to this point. I feel like I'm her. So as she's reacting, like I'm like, my empathy for her is a 10 out of 10. To do that without requiring a silent protagonist in order to do it, all world. Oh man, I don't even want to press. I don't even want to press this button right now. Oh man, this is like a fissure in my soul. I'm in this moment. Let's continue. I'm sorry. I know I stopped it, but like I'm just like, as soon as she started talking, she's like, "Oh my god, I can't. I gotta pause for a second. Can't do the single manly tear right on camera. I gotta at least compose myself and talk about why this is so awesome." But I can't believe how into this I am. I can't believe how into this I am. All right, Aloy, let's do this.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy, and her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
I typically choose this little brain icon, but I feel like I gotta say here, stop acting like a machine.
Can't you just for one moment stop calculating and let yourself feel?
Ooh.
She sacrificed herself for her friends, for the future, for life on Earth. Doesn't that stir anything in you? The generosity of it.
You're trying to invest her decision with something magical. It was a rational choice, not based on sentimentality.
You're wrong. Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life. Enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Damn right, Silence.
I'm sorry for your...
Oh, snap.
loss.
She said she wanted to go home.
Look at that.
Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
Guys, you know, my heart is broken for her in so many ways. And I love how choosing that option got through to Silence, that were for one moment, we actually got him to say something like, think about this. I'll get back to it in just 1 second. Think about this. Silence is preaching to you about sentimentality. Stop being sentimental. And Aloy, as great of a character, this is a testament to how great of a character she is. He says, stop being sentimental, right? Her response to him results in him being sentimental and saying, I'm sorry for your loss. That's a sentimental thought. That's a special moment. And you wouldn't have seen it played out if I would have chosen my normal like little brain icon versus my I'm going to punch you icon. I'm sure they both would have led to some really cool dialogue. But I absolutely love that he essentially said to Aloy, stop being sentimental. She responded in forced silence, of all people, to be sentimental in response. That is brilliance personified. Carissa Min says, R.I.P. Liz, broken heart. Carissa, by the way, yes, actually, I am from Pennsylvania, near Delaware. So good call on the accent. That was really, when I read that, I lost my mind. That was awesome. Yeah, I talked about like that heart emoji, the one that you just put up there during that scene. I don't know if you're here during it or not, but I kind of put it out there and said, like, if you guys ever use this, like, that's how I feel and all that. If you haven't seen that, like, I know you were the one that wanted me to kind of play this particular mission on screen, and I did that intentionally for you. And by the way, thank you. Thank you so much for spending time here with me and encouraging me and subscribing to the channel and all that good stuff. It means the world. But I just like that moment is not lost on me. And I love that it's also a moment you could have missed. And I'm sure that Guerrilla Games, with how well they've written this game, could have, I'm sure there are other options. If you go through the angry option or the logical one, that there would be other ways that, I would connect the dots and be like, oh, this is amazing for these reasons. But I just absolutely love where this story has started, where it is now, and where it is going. And I intentionally have my finger off the screen because I don't know where it's going. I don't know where we're going to end up at the end of at the end of things here. But it's just something that has just really touched me, man. This game is just it's special. Let's get back into it. Carissa says, Carissa says, I love seeing other people enjoying the game and others. Absolutely. Cheers. Yeah, it's games enter my top 25. I said this a little bit earlier. For me, that's so I've been playing games like day in and day out since 1988, since I was 2, which is kind of crazy. Obviously didn't know as much about it when I was 2. That's when I started like playing with a controller and being like, oh, like I want to get through stage 1 and Double Dragon, But for me, and I said this earlier, like if a game is in my top 50, that means like it's in the Hall of Fame. Like it's all world, amazing, incredible, all that stuff. But then like top 25 is like my dear God, like it's got to take an absolutely colossal effort, an all-time effort, to get into that. So this game is definitely, easily, I'd even say, in my top 25. We'll see by the end of it in the Frozen Wilds and all that if it can approach top 10 or even maybe make its way into the top 10. That's a hefty task, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I really appreciate you joining in the stream and hanging out and spending time here and watching it. I know you said you'd watch some of the streams and you skimmed through some stuff. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, let's continue to play some Horizon Zero Dawn. It's 12:49 a.m. Eastern time. I've got no plans for when I'm going to start, or I'm sorry, for when I'm going to stop. It might be at 20 minutes from now. It might be 2 hours from now. We'll see how it goes. Let's continue along the way and see what Aloy's got to say. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me. 4.5 hours in on this Arsenal stream on June 5th, heading into June 6th. Let's do this. Oh, before I do that, cheers.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children. After all Apollo has taught them, they'll think they know everything. But they have to understand what you did for them. How you loved the whole world so much. With an intensity that was
dazzling. That's a great way of putting it.
Bruising. And in the end, it killed you. Or you died for it. Different perspectives. No one could keep up with you, live up to you. I don't know, maybe if I hadn't taken that postdoc in Joburg. I'm glad you shot down the Lightkeeper protocol in the end. I don't think I could have taken seeing another one of you. I mean, Elizabeth Sobek. There's only one.
Not true. There's one even greater. Her name is Aloy. But of course he wouldn't know that at the time. Travis Tate.
Look, Liz. You're a pretty stand-up gal. I'm sorry you died.
Of all people, this dick.
I hope you got there first. But this monument Ronson's made to you? Kinda creepy if you ask me. Rest in peace, Liz. God knows you earned it.
I mean, he gets to get any kind of positivity out of Travis Tate. That's something, but yeah. Not a fan of the dude. Even though I do like me some metalcore. Maybe not death metal, but metalcore. Let's see what... oh, Ted Farrow. This dick. All right. I've said dick a lot to refer to people. I didn't click the button quickly enough here. Let's see what... Man, Ted Farrow. Oh, man, Ted Farrow. Dude, I don't even know if I want to hear from this guy at this point, given his... Not only his role in all of this, but his... Essentially, like, the world ending without them knowing, him being the reason for all of this. Man, where is that data point? Oh, there we go.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never going to hear that.
Oh, good call. Good call, Carissa. I think I've done that before, but I didn't even think about doing that. Let's do that again. I can rescan. Oh, you actually can't do it on this one. Okay. I was going to say, yeah, before I've done that to rescan it and replay it, but I forgot about it, admittedly, but then here it looks like you actually can't. So let's notebook. I did find it here. Ted Farrow being Ted Farrow over here. There we go.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never going to hear this. That's not the point. You got to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
Missed it. Let's do it again. Sorry, guys.
I know you're never going to hear this. had to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
Are you kidding me? That's what... Okay. I now understand why the subreddit Fuck Ted Faro exists. Wow. Thanks for your 16 seconds faux memorial, Ted. He ends with, well, I know you're not going to hear this, but yeah, you got to play the Savior and the Martyr all at once. Yeah, congratulations. Oh my God, this game does such a great job of making him an emblem of hate. Wow. This is one of those guys where, like, even if I didn't see him on a hologram before, I'd be like, that guy's got the most punchable face, like, in the world. Don't even know what you look like, Ted. You have a punchable face. What a great job of Gorilla in making me feel this way. Imagine being the guy they approached to play Ted Faro and be like, yeah, listen, you're going to be the biggest dick on the face of the planet. We need you to record lines that make every player that plays the game want to literally hunt you down and punch you like a football on 4th down. Yeah. Look how many audio data points I'm missing yet. I love it. There's so much left to explore. Let's do this. I love that they got that little memorial there for her. I don't want to go over there quite yet. Let's go over here and see if there's anything we're missing. Looks like there's a text point here. Or an audio point. Good deal. Core control log. Let's hear.
Hello, Margot.
Charles
How are
Ronson.
you holding up?
Dr. Ronson, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited
Oh,
messages
more Ted stuff.
from Ted.
Great.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to run interference with him. I'll talk to Ted. He mostly wants updates, constant updates, hundreds of updates on things he knows nothing about. Liz used to field all of his crap.
April Jungle 666 says, and I quote, fuck Ted Faro. Yes, I agree 100%. Dedicated BauerKillz tip for you for saying that. What a piece of human refuse. And by the way, thank you for the stream and thanks for hopping in here. Much appreciated. Playing through Horizon Zero Dawn for the first time and just kind of eating my words going in thinking it was not going to be a game for me. Not the case at all. It's one of the best games I've played this generation and honestly one of the best games I think I've ever played. Thank you for hopping in and spending time here with BauerKillz. I mean, I can only assume it gets worse. I can only assume it gets worse with Ted Faro. I mean, what a piece of garbage. I mean, on one hand, I'm like, I'm happy I went into this room to get a data text point. On the other hand, I'm like, I'm really not happy I went in there to find out how much more of a piece of shit Ted Faro was. Or was, rather. Anything over this way? Nope. Maybe? Yes, no, maybe so. Ooh. Oh, let's see where this takes us. Do we get another power cell, maybe? Let's see. Pry open door. Oh, I'm glad it came over this way. There's a side room with an audio log next to that room with the memorial near entrance where you first came in. Appful Jungle 666 says, just replayed the game and saw your Reddit post. Oh, good. You found it. Lots of people miss it. So before I continue, Ape Jungle 666, thank you for coming in here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Total ignoramus. And here's the thing, like every once in a while we need to be checked. Right? I've been saying, like, even during the stream, well, I've been playing games since 1988, since I was 2 and all that stuff. Like, games have been the one thing in my life that I've just, God, I love games, man. I love this medium so much. And I'm in that unique spot where I just happen to watch them grow from like a hobby to like, this awesome art form and storytelling device. And, but for whatever reason, like, especially with like a wife and kids and all that stuff, I always had a reason to not play this one because you have to be selective. Let's be honest, guys. You can't play every game that comes out, especially as you get a little bit older. I hit 35 in March. I'm at the point where, especially now with 2 little girls and a wife that I'm supporting with my career, I gotta pick and choose. But even 4 years ago, I kind of made the excuse, I got to pick and choose and blah, blah, blah. I can't believe I almost missed this. I can't believe it. So I just thought this was such a great exercise to do. And all kudos to my close friends who said, just not only play through it, but play through it on stream and let people see, because we're confident you're going to come out on the other end and enjoy it. But even that considered, I just can't get over how great this game was. But I appreciate you hopping in here. It looks like it says 8 feet jungle. I mean, I've been having a few brewskis, so I might not be able to read right now. I can barely read as it is. But this would be a good time to remind y'all, just in case you haven't already, and I do this with like some of my favorite people that I watch and all that stuff. I just forget because I like get zoned in on their stuff. If you haven't liked the video yet, like, I got like a donation thing going on, but that's like, to me, like, I don't care at all about monetary stuff. And I got my first donation tonight, by the way, which blew my mind out of the back of my skull. Still can't believe that happened. But for me, like, just liking the content, subscribing to the channel, all that good stuff, like that gets the algorithm to push my stuff out a little bit more, and it helps my fledgling upcoming channel get a little bit more exposure. So, but just being here at the end of the day, whether you do any of that, or not, the fact that you spend even 5 minutes here means the absolute frickin' world to me. So thank you so much for that. So yeah, let's probably open this door. Let's get into it. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Plums, in general, I'm pretty good with finding some of these things because of those decades of experience or whatever, but I'm also starting to get a little bit senile in my older age, right? Like for video games, if you're in your mid-30s, so you've been playing for 3 years, 3 decades, like, yeah, like you get to the point where you start to like neglect things, or maybe you're not as spry as you used to be. So every once in a while I'll miss some things, and like you pointed out very fairly, I missed some stuff in the Zero, of all places, the Zero Horizon Dawn facility. I got to get back there, and I got to make sure that I get those data points. So thank you for keeping me honest. I appreciate it. Let's get back to it here and continue to play some incredible Zero Horizon Dawn on PlayStation 5. Oh, we're going to pry open 2 doors. Like I said before, I absolutely love where they place these supply crates. They always make me feel like I'm like $1 million wherever they place them. It just feels like they are where they should be, and it makes sense, right? It's not just, oh, let's just throw some stuff here. It makes sense where they're at.
All right, let's start over from Eleuthia 1.
Running integrity tests. Dr. Brochard Klein, may I speak outside protocol?
I suppose so. There's no one to stop you.
Doctor, you are fatigued. You have been logging abnormal sleep cycles. Are you suffering from depression?
Well, I am trapped in a science facility for the rest of my life. How about you?
In a time slice of 1,250,000,000 operating cycles, 10,000 are involved with processing the loss of Dr. Sobek. I have considered quarantining these processes. Do you think that would
No.
be wise?
I'm not a psychologist, Gaia, or an AI scientist. No. It is natural. At least in the context of the work you and I have accomplished, which begs the meaning of the term natural. She was your creator, the patron saint of this crazy endeavor, Our Lady of the Fervent Hypothetical.
Even assuming a string of significant failure combinations, Zero Dawn's chances of success are greater than the hypothetical.
It's called a manner of speech, Gaia.
Take a note. So that's where I came from, and this is what I was saying. If there's going to be a sequel, I mean, I really think this is smart by Guerrilla. I feel like they intentionally, from a video game design standpoint or a franchise design standpoint, they put in these SOBAC solid state storage devices, right? Where it says cursory scan, you know, severe data corruption from impact and exposure damage. And they said, well, maybe at some point, months, days, weeks, or years from now, we'll figure out what these say. You can save that. You don't even need that for Forbidden West, man. You can save that for 3. You say you do a trilogy of these games, which for the love of God, please do. But let's say you do that first trilogy, and then you're looking for like a thread for the next 3 games. You go back to the original game and you pull from that and you build an entire next trilogy of games based off of what is found on those solid state drives. My goodness, it's so smart, right? It's so smart. And then if people who, you know, later on come to enjoy this game and they play it for the first time, they'll come back and they'll come across this and be like, oh my God, this is so cool. They thought about it the whole time, you know? just really good stuff all the way around. Just really good stuff. And maybe they already know, right? Maybe Guerrilla, and I want to put it past them, already knows what they want to do from an overall story standpoint from this game through the next 3 to 6. Who knows? Even if it's just a general vague framework or overview, it seems like they really have a very deep vision for this IP, which is unique and different and fresh and a significant departure from the dime a dozen open world games that come out any other time of the year. And here I am in 2021 saying that like it's news. You guys have been here for 4 years being like, we know all of this, Bauer. Shut up. Just continue to play so we can watch you. My bad. I wish I was playing this and streaming this in 2017. Stickhead. All right.
What are we going to plug into their heads, Les? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not pablum, Les. It's poison.
Nothing else up top. All right, let's hop over here. There were a couple elevator shafts earlier in the game that hid some unique items, so I want to make sure every time I go up one that I look back. Well, I'm definitely done drinking for tonight because I'm starting to not be able to put sentences together coherently. Oh my goodness. Coherently. C-O-H. I'm done. Coherently. That's how I'll pronounce it properly. We'll save the pronunciation for a spelling bee somewhere down the line when one of the kids faint. Somebody needs desperately a 4th stringer. I am kind of like a grammar and spelling Nazi, so I could fit in a 4th string, you know, call me up off the practice squad, figure it out.
There's another section at the back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored, you found the control room.
I'm on my way.
I love if you look down, you can see like Metal Devil or just like metallic This kind of gives me the same type of vibes that like the Giants at the wow. It's kind of hard to say this because if nobody, you know, if anyone here on the stream hasn't played God of War, for the love of God, play that game. But it kind of, we'll just say this kind of like looking over this reminds me a little bit of the end of God of War. Right? When you're overlooking a certain landscape or certain things and blah, 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 blah. Another data point here. Let's see what we got. Another Ted Faro, I assume. God, he's such a dick.
I've been taking a hard look at the project. In the end, it's simple. It's clean. It's clear. Erasure. Addition.
Look at that scale.
I can make it better, Liz. With a single stroke, make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Continue.
Guys, I'm seriously concerned about what we're about to find out about Ted Faro. I already hate the guy with the passion of a million burning suns. And a million burning suns would be like, I'm offended. How dare you? How dare you, BauerKillz, say that you hate this guy with only the passion of us? There are a whole lot of other sons out there that deserve to put their level of passion behind this hatred. I mean, just, yeah. 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 What an amazing job by Guerrilla in putting this world together and just kind of getting the player invested in not just the lore and the world building, but just emotional, like legitimate emotions coming out as a result of those things. Where are you going? Oh no. Oh God. Oh God. Oh. I was like, I'm just going to walk up these stairs slowly and carefully. Let's see if there's anything over here. Anything? Nope. Am I missing anything? Maybe? Let's see. I mean, I don't want to get to a place where I have to go all the way back up and around and all that stuff, but at the same time, if there's like some kind of collectible here, I want to make sure I pick it up on my way. Okay, so it looks like I'll eventually end up down here. I'll be able to kind of slide back down through there and get out of there, and in the interim, I can get back up here and just climb the stairs, which look very naturally decayed and falling apart. It's like it's like the very visual definition of osteoporosis. Just those stairs, the way that they are falling apart. Carissa says, here we go. Carissa, my heart's going. Let's see. Ooh. First time tonight I've jacked my microphone in the face. That's a lot of dead bodies.
When I opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the alphas were in there.
This is intense, man. Look at all these corpses.
I'm locked out of core control. Alpha clearance overridden. What the hell is Omega clearance?
Oh no.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say.
Literally the last thing that I want to do. This is how invested Guerrilla Games has made me in this title. seeing him sitting there with his hands crossed like this and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm already like, this dude needs to be pulled and quartered, like flayed, like everything. Like this is the reason this mofo is the reason that this world has ended, right? And of course, we're living in our own world. But like as a player, I'm so into this that like every time he opens his mouth, I'm just like, I just want to stick this fist in it at speed. And now we've got like the most important players for keeping this world alive around the table, and he's sitting there, and I'm standing in the middle of a bunch of corpses. All right. Knowing something's going down, and this guy is probably leading to it. It's not enough to lead to the downfall of the world, but apparently he's going to lead to the downfall of everybody here. Let's see what he has to say, but I got to say already, the level of hatred and vitriol, pure vitriol I have for this guy is a testament to the writing and world building and the lore that Guerrilla Games has enabled and implemented for this title. Let's see what Ted Faro has to say.
This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system. What I'm trying to say is, I can't stop thinking about the ones who come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before.
Samina's my favorite, man. She's my favorite outside of Aloy.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
It doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago. I've purged Apollo. It's gone. All of it. Every copy.
Sacrifice? It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
What a dick.
Really, I am. But sometimes, to protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Planting house.
And that's why the subreddit exists as if a jungle. Yeah, I'm really glad I joined it. I joined it without really knowing full context, but I was just like, yeah, from what I already knew, this dude's a total dick. Holy dear mother of Lord. Yeah, that subreddit more than deserves to exist. What a job, seriously. And here's the thing, like, and this is important. It's really, really, really critical that you have a great antagonist in a game. If you can get a character in a story that people legitimately hate, and it's organic enough that they feel it in their very being, in every fiber of their being, that is a massive achievement. Well done, Guerrilla Games, and whoever voice acted Ted Faro. I mean, this feeling of hatred is very real, and I know it's artificial. I know it's not real. I know it's fictional, all that good stuff. But my goodness, what an incredible job of putting this guy front and center and just making him eminently douchey. But it's not even beyond. It's not even it's beyond being a douchey. Just making people absolutely despise him with everything in their very core. Awesome work. Awesome work. He inspires such hatred. I hate him. What a great testament to the role by the character who plays him and the way that he's written by Gorilla. It's awesome. I mean, you need that, right? You need that. And what's so cool is he's been dead. He's been dead for 1,000 years. He's been dead. And you have this level of hatred, even though he's been dead and he's already dead, and you still kind of carry that hatred through. It's so smart. That's brilliant. The worst thing about Ted Faro is how realistic he is. Like, I could easily see Jeff Bezos type having the hubris to do something like that. You're not kidding, especially of all people, Jeff Bezos. You might as well rename Jeff Bezos Ted. There's a number of people you could replace Ted with. You're 100% right. I couldn't agree more with you on that. Plums for peace. 100%. So you kind of got that tie back to our own world. And it's very smart. It's clever. It's not only great from a literary standpoint, but also how you kind of tie that thread and you pull it back into our own world today, and you kind of have a commentary on it. It's very smart. Absolutely 100%. Another Bauer tip of the cap to you for that one. Oh, yeah, you can't tell he was having a breakdown. No question about that, Carissa. No question about that. Let's see what Silence has to say. I mean, just being able to walk through this room knowing these corpses belong to... Oh, man. This is just... And I have to talk to Silence after this. Of all people. Of all people, I got to talk to Silence. All right. What's up, Silence? You were good in The Wire, but...
He killed them all.
So this is why.
And there again is Aloy. The way she says he killed them all is just not he killed them all, or he killed them all. This is like an all-time ever, like a top voice acting performance from Ashley Birch. Like I said, 55 hours in plus now, and I'm still, none of it feels recycled, none of it feels disingenuous, none of it feels shallow, none of it feels like it was done for the sake of it. It just whether, like, it doesn't matter if she's acting alongside Silence or a major character in the game, or like an NPC like Petra or Jera or whoever it is. Like, this is one of the, I think this, honestly, guys, is one of the best voice acting jobs I've ever come across in my life. She sells it. When I first heard about Gaia and was learning about it in that hologram room in the beginning of the Horizon Zero Dawn facility, my first thought was, this is kind of lame. This is hokey. And then the way Aloy reacted to it, took it from that place, it was only there for a few seconds, but took it from that spot to I completely and totally bought in. She's a top 5 character ever. 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 I adore her.
This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance.
By the way, I didn't know the word benighted existed, so I'm learning more things as I play through the game, in a literal standpoint as well. Touche, Silence.
For an innocent future, blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated, turned to dust, scattered to
what
the
a
void,
piece of
like
human
the
garbage.
themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
I mean, God, my God, like the voice acting plus the expression on her face and the subtlety to it, and every guys, I don't know what to say at this point. I couldn't be more impressed. I mean, I got the game paused. I'm looking at it on my computer screen. It doesn't look anywhere near as great as it does on the Samsung TV that I'm rocking with the 2.1 HDMI and all that blah, 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 all that stuff. You guys have heard me, if you've been here for a while, you've heard me say like, oh yeah, I invested in this TV to make way for next gen and all that stuff. But like that's not what makes this what it is. It's the way that she's animated and motion captured, and the way she's written and the way she's shot from a cinematography standpoint. It's like all of these kind of things combined, plus the little things that supplement it. Look at that look on her face. How can you, especially being 55 hours in, let's talk about Lord of the Rings. Okay. We'll say that you've watched every extended edition of Lord of the Rings. We'll be extremely generous here and say that that's 4 hours per. And it's not. Okay, but just for the sake of the argument, that's what? 3 movies, 4 hours. 4, 8, 12. 12 hours of incredible character development, motion capture, you know, actual actors doing their thing or whatever. We're 55 hours into this game. They haven't cut a single corner when it comes to character development. When it comes to any of the aspects that I've been ranting about and talking about throughout this entire Let's Play series. Let's be honest, that's essentially what this is. And look at this expression on Aloy's face. And I feel every single iota of it. I've said this before, guys. I'm nothing if not objective. She is one of the best characters ever in this medium. And I absolutely adore her in every way, shape, and form.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, silence. Hope.
Hope. Not a monument to oblivion, silence, you ignorant POS. Hope. That's right.
The Master Override. It's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it.
Oh, that sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan to me, Silence. One of the only things you said that I agree with. What an incredible, incredible follow-up to yet another magnificent main story exposition. I just can't get over how much I've discovered in the last couple of streams here, guys. Excuse me. Yo, Peace for Plums, or Plums for Peace. I think I'm gonna have to go back to that old ruins when she was 6 years old and plunder them next time. This time, I know well enough to know there's a zip line here. I know well enough to know there's a zip line here. Are these all things I can scan? No, they just look like they're okay. Fair enough. Just to make absolutely doubly sure, because I got my buzz on. Can I get up there? Is that what I got to go that way? Let's see. No, it feels like, yeah. All right. Here's where we were before. There's that zip line down there. I'll make sure to hit that here this time. Don't tell me Eclipse are going to show up and I got to fight the Eclipse, although I'm kind of...
Is that good?
Try not to fall to your death. The Master Override doesn't
It's an override.
Gravity.
Thanks. There we go.
Keep holding, keep holding.
I love how she puts her feet up when she's going down a longer zip line. Like I said, just the little things, man. The little things that matter. That was not one of the little things. That was an unceremonious end to a 55-hour journey. Can you imagine having to go back to the beginning of the game? Because if you died, you had to go back to the start. That's how I felt with Dead Space 2 when I attempted the hardcore mode. Not 55 hours long, but still getting 6 to 8 hours in, dying to something stupid and being like, here's the beginning intro sequence again. I'm good. Yes, oops indeed. I guess I gotta line it up with the handholds on the crag there at the end. So we'll get it. Here we go. Oh, Aloy. No, you're good. You're good. There we go. You know what's up. I gotta get it together here. I gotta be like the Undertaker walking out in WWE for WrestleMania and just like stop trying to rush things. Just get it done. My bad, guys. Sorry about that. We're getting to the end of the stream here, and yet I'm embarrassing myself. I'm so embarrassed. Let's try this one more time, shall we? Or as many times as it takes, because there ain't no way that I'm not getting out of here.
Sound good?
Try not to fall to your death. The master override doesn't override gravity.
Keep holding, keep holding.
Keep holding, keep holding. I concur. It would be nice if it would keep holding. Whew! I thought for sure I was going to fall again, and so we got to go to the left here. I love the way, man, I just love the way she shimmies and shakes and jumps between grapple points. It never feels it never feels like you know exactly how it's going to play out, or feel like a la you're Uncharted to the world, where it's, you know, after you get a couple entries into Uncharted, you know when every foothold's going to break and when other handle is going to break. And again, like the first 2 Uncharted's out of this world, but kind of got used to the climbing and those types of mechanics. In this game, you never really quite feel safe when you're climbing, even though the game does a really good job of keeping you safe. No, you're right, Aloy. Let's go this way. Nope. I was wrong. It's going to buff out. It's all good. It'll buff. That's my saying in life. All right, so I have actually a shirt, my first BauerKillz shirt. It just says it'll buff. It's going to buff out. It's kind of a phrase that I coined. There we go. Now we got the right elevator shaft. Yeah, thank you, Carissa, for the heads up on that. Yep, needed it to go up. I really thought this was the right place to go, but I guess that's where I went before. There might be a mid-level. Let's make sure there's not a... Yeah, there is. Of course there is. That's my bad. That is my bad. That is my alcohol-addled brain. My apologies. Let's get out here. Yeah, we're good. Oh! Oh! Oh, it's so intense. Every time I jump with her, it's so intense because it's almost like they designed it so you just barely catch on. It's great. This cavern, man, is just like the presence of it is palpable. All right, Aloy, you got this. You got this. Let's get up into that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Just look back at that cavern we just spent. I don't even know how much time in. My goodness. Sense of the atmosphere and just the sense of scale in every major mission. But also when you're out traversing the open world. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a bit magnified when you're exploring an area like this, but I just can't get over how real and how well done the world building is in this game. It's just
You're here.
Yo, what's up, Silence?
For a moment.
What?
For a moment.
Our journey together has come to an end, Aloy.
Excuse me?
But before I go, I think I owe it to you to tell you the rest of the story.
Go on.
Some time ago, I admitted that I'd been involved with the eclipse. But I never told you the full extent of my culpability. The truth is, I was there at the beginning. I found Hades, Aloy, buried on that mountain, trapped in that shattered titan.
Carissa says, I'm out. Good night, and I'll try to catch your future streams. Let me hop into ranting and raving here quick. Yo, thank you so much, Carissa. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, looking forward to spending some more time with you as you move forward. Feel free to engage with me anytime. I'll be playing this. I'll be playing other games as well because like I say, I cover a wide variety of stuff, but you're always going to get kind of the same presence and the same type of I guess, personality as I play through all these other games as well. But have a great night. Stay safe and stay healthy, and we'll see you here on the next stream. Thanks again.
And I served it.
What?
It promised knowledge and delivered such knowledge you have no idea.
And in exchange?
I helped create the eclipse. Helped it build a cult.
Oh man, come on, Silence.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your success depends on knowing this. When I found Hades, the first thing it wanted to know about was the Spire. Not Meridian.
The Spire.
The Spire. Now why would that be?
The Spire was created by Gaia.
Which part of Gaia?
Minerva. Its code-breaking module. Gaia built spires to transmit the codes that deactivated the Pharaoh robots, shut down their biomatter
So we just, yeah.
conversion systems. Hades wants to send a new transmission to wake the machines so they can devour the world all over again.
Yep.
Yes. Based on what we've learned, that's my conclusion as well.
Shoot, man.
So the Eclipse, the robots they've resurrected, they're just a means to an end. An army to capture the Spire.
Yes. So Hades can exterminate life all over again. Unless you stop it.
I want you to tell me everything. Hades, the Eclipse. Everything.
It's a long story, Aloy.
Then get started.
Yep. Then get started, she says. Literally the exact words. Not even kidding, guys. The exact words in my head was then get started. And instantly, Aloy said, then get started. something else.
Recovered from an ancient ruin, as yours was so many years ago. In my case, the device was heavily damaged. There was just a flicker of life in it. I spent weeks studying it, attempting repairs, until finally, I succeeded. A whole new dimension of perception revealed, right before my eyes. That's when I detected it. A faint signal. Out there, something was searching, just like I was.
A real kindred spirit.
I followed the signal to its source. A shattered titan, buried in the jungles of the Jewel.
So you thought it was a Titan? An old war machine?
I didn't know what to think. I'd seen such wreckage before. The Grave Horde, for example. But this was different. This was not quite dead.
Just kind of flopping around.
It couldn't speak when I found it, until my repairs gave it a voice. So began an exchange of knowledge. It wanted to know everything about our world, its tribes and machines. But the Spire was always its foremost concern.
What did it want to know about the Spire?
Its precise location, the surrounding geography, who controlled the land. Meanwhile, Hades revealed to me many of the intricacies of ancient technology. It bid me to recover and repair more focuses. Before long, I had a couple dozen.
Putting
Enough
in
to
work.
equip a small army.
The commanders of one, anyway. I didn't care. I was learning so much.
Physics, calculus.
You have no idea.
And the Shadow Karja? How did they become involved?
The Karja Civil War was a happy coincidence. A perfect opportunity.
An opportunity? That's what it was to you?
That little tisk before she said that, like that's just such a great example of the level of detail that Ashley Birch brings to this voice acting performance. No conversation in this game feels the same ever. Go back and play Assassin's Creed Odyssey and tell me that your main character doesn't have the same conversation with the vast majority of people in that game, or that it doesn't feel shallow or wooden in some way. This feels natural, organic, earned. And it feels like a reward for the player who's spending more and more time with the game. Absolutely incredible.
Yes. Overnight, half the tribe was in exile, desperate to win back Holy Meridian. Their religion made them easy to manipulate. All I had to do was present Hades as the buried shadow of their mythology. So yes, it was an opportunity. I arranged for High Priest Bahavas to meet with Hades. Helis was there as well. And so the Eclipse was born. Anything to win back Holy Meridian.
Jeez. I almost feel like saying I've heard enough. I don't even know if I want to, I mean, but you kind of got to, right? How can I not, for just lore and world building purposes, select neither of you cared about Meridian? I really want to say I've heard enough, but I can't.
But Hades didn't care about Meridian. And neither did you.
We live in a world of fallen cities and vanished tribes.
Or a few more, yeah.
What were a few more? Besides, I was too busy setting up the cult's focus network to Hades' specifications. A thrilling technical challenge, especially with the alterations I included of my own design.
The ability for you to spy on them.
Yes. I may have been foolish enough to serve Hades, but I was never so foolish that I trusted it.
Nice.
I installed what the ancients used to call
a back door, which they lamented earlier in one of those audio logs. Once they realized the robots were going off and all that kind of stuff, and they said, "Well, where's the back door?" Shut them down, and they said, "Well, we were told not to install a back door. We were told specifically, don't do that because Ted Faro is a POS. Don't do it." And here, Years later, Silence is smart enough to install a damn backdoor. Nicely done, Silence.
Secret access, empowering me to monitor all activity and communications.
Awesome.
What made you turn on Hades?
Certainly wasn't your conscience.
Actually,
Damn right.
I was troubled the first time I saw the Eclipse raise an ancient war robot with my technology. I questioned Hades about its intentions.
A little late.
Indeed. I'd already outlived my usefulness. When I completed work on the Focus Network, Hades summoned me to receive my reward. The next moment, I heard it broadcast my kill order. I've been a fugitive ever since.
So when did I come into this? Our path together?
When Olin stumbled on you. System threat detected. That got my attention.
All connects. All of it connects.
Against a savage Nora girl? Why would Hades bother with that?
Right.
But then I saw that this Nora girl
makes total sense, man.
And bore an uncanny resemblance to a great scientist of the old
That's
world.
right.
Helis moved quickly. I thought you were dead. But then I detected your focus inside the Nora mountain. The more I observed you, the more convinced I became of your extraordinary nature and usefulness. Through you, I could finally discover the secrets of the Earth. I vowed to do everything I could to ensure your success.
Yep.
The rest, as they used to say, is history.
Is there nothing you won't do for knowledge? Who would ever answer you've done what you could to make up for your mistakes? This guy has already told you don't trust me. It's only based off mutual benefit. He's been a total callous dick for the most part, unless he said to you, well, I really hope you find a human person, and then mocked you when you were in there. Completely and totally compromised. All he cares about is knowledge. He might as well be part of the old world Bergenworth. Right? If he was a person in Bergenworth, Bloodborne style, that's all he would care about. Is there nothing you want to do for knowledge?
The things you've done in the pursuit of knowledge, Silence.
Beyond pure recklessness.
Pure recklessness.
Aloy, this wasn't a confession to elicit your judgment.
Don't care. You know why? Because you've given me your judgment every single step of the way. So shut up and allow Aloy to lay the smack down like only The Rock in 1999 could. Okay, by pulling off that people's elbow and hitting it. Let's do it.
Unbelievable.
I've done all I can. From here on out, the rest is up to you.
Yep.
Take my lance. Fit the master override to it, and you have a means of injection.
Then I just need to get close enough to Hades' skull to stab it in?
Exactly.
Oh, no problem. Silence. Where will you go?
The Forbidden West. Let's guess.
Elsewhere. And everywhere.
He'll be in the Forbidden West sequel.
There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out, it was yours all along. I was merely trespassing.
Nice. Dude, Aloy is so cool. She's such a great character. All right, guys, let's scan up these final data points and we'll end the stream for tonight.
I traveled far to find you. I heard your transmission. It was you, wasn't it?
Entity is not known.
I'm called Silence, and you are. I don't think you'd have called out if it wasn't something you wanted. You called, I responded. Will you tell me your name?
Hades.
You are a creation of the ancients. A war machine.
Define timeline.
Time? Ah. It is the 13th king of the Karja Sultan's reign.
Define Karja.
we're getting ahead of ourselves. Were you created by the ancients? I wonder how long you waited here, buried, until I chanced upon you. How long you'd have to wait for another. You're obviously very powerful, but you're not going to get anywhere without me.
Titan Flame merely houses intellect. Define Karja.
Now that's more like it. They're coming.
Preparations are complete.
Ah, Lucent Bahamas. Behold, as I promised you.
What manner of great machine is this? I've never seen such a thing.
Stay! Stay your ground, Karja in shadow.
Incorrect. Bow before the buried shadow.
The buried shadow, I don't understand.
Did Araman understand the glint hawk that perched upon the alight?
It speaks scripture.
Araman followed the shadow.
All a fraud, man. All a fraud.
Mesa, where Holy Meridian was founded.
You will follow the shadow once more.
I am a righteous man, chosen of the sun. But in times of need, the powers of shadow can accomplish what the sun alone cannot. Will you return to us what is ours, O shadow of prophecy?
An army is required. Obey, and Meridian is
At the same
yours.
time, I can't wait to see Helix get his ass handed to him. That'll be good. Last one.
Task is complete.
Yes. The focus network is active, built to your specifications. Check it yourself if you must. I'll wait. But I remind you of the reward you've been withholding. Quantum processing.
Data has been compiled. Volume too great for transfer.
How
Think.
inconvenient.
You think?
Come before me. You shall receive your reward.
Very well.
Helix. Threat detected inside Eclipse.
Speak its name, O shadow, and it will die.
You will eliminate this one. Silence.
There's the kill order.
Silence. Yes. A truth whispered at night is seen in the day.
I hear it. There it is.
Never one of us. It will be done.
All coming full circle. Let's craft up this lance. So I'm going to get a better override stick here. Let's see what we got. So finally got a trophy under 50%, recovered a powerful weapon, explored the mountain that fell and recovered a powerful weapon. Nice. One master override removed, obtained Silence Lance. All right, so that actually increased my... Awesome. That's awesome. So you guys have known, if you've been following this channel, how much I love this freaking lance and this spear and how awesome it is to use. So not only did I upgrade the ability to override enemies quicker, but now I can also lay the smack down in a much more significant and impactful way.
The Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Derval, I know he'll defend the city. But the Spire...
I seem to have a very difficult time in connecting to zip lines. I'm not quite sure what it is. It just, for whatever reason, I'm just having a difficult time connecting to zip lines. So let's try that again here before we end the stream. I was gonna say, don't make me read all those again. Do I need to craft the lance up? Nope. Okay, so it saves after the lance craft. That's good.
I have to tell Avad that the Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Derval, I know he'll defend the city. But the Spire...
I mean, am I wrong that this is... I mean, it looks like something that you can slide down, but I guess that's where I struggle coming out of the Zero Dawn facility. I didn't realize you could slide down like the Metal Devil stuff.
I have to tell Avad.
So I guess it's maybe right here. Yeah, drop the ledge. I just assumed that was a zip line or a way to kind of just get down quickly. Because typically the game gives you a way to get down quickly. Does not seem to be the case here. Okay, here's a rappel point. Here we go. There we go. All right, Aloy, well done. What an incredible end to the stream here tonight. Just an amazing, amazing turn when it comes to the damage filed repair. Let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. Sobek Journal. Here, I thought this was going to play more of a role in... okay, guys, I got to read this after. Well, no, I'll read it now. Just wrapped inspection of Gaia Prime site construction is well underway. Reactor installed. Plans for control remind me of Starship bridges on those cheesy old SF vids. Living spaces for alphas already completed. Prefab modules. Fingers crossed we never have to seal ourselves in here. Not that Elysium sounds much better. So much for that. Spent last week at the Bryce site designing ZD, which is, of course, a Zero Dawn Project Labs, drawing up protocols. The baseware repurposing was huge. Plenty of room for workspaces and residence blocks. The work crew's already set up my office lab. I'm not a fan of the glass wall. Guess Murray's intention was to ensconce me as, quote, all-seeing presence. Ugh. Opposite effect, makes me feel watched on display, tempted to paint it over. Harris recorded his presentation yesterday, suitably bleak, scheduled to record mine Friday, as long as reception lounge, hollow theaters, and first residence block at Zero Dawn site are finished. We'll start processing the candidates being held outside Tuscan 27 already. Extraction teams prioritizing Pac Rim and Aussie candidates, how scared and confused they must be. Snatched off the street, carted across the world, held in cells. Here's hoping they understand once they see the big picture. Gonna catch a few hours sleep here, then fly back to the Zero Dawn site. Harry's promised delivery of QB lattices by noon. Expect MK1 will take 2 weeks to machine, assemble, and test. I aim to launch Gaia at 0.6 T grounding. From there, I'll spin her up past 10 T. Wonder how long it'll take to break the 1.38 T record. MIE can go hang. Sleep. So here I'm thinking that these journals are not going to decrypt by the time the game ends. This is going to be something Guerrilla, and maybe they'll hold on to 1 or 2 entries for this reason. Here I'm thinking that Guerrilla is going to use this as the ability to kind of build out additional franchises, but doesn't seem to be the case. We'll see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to hop over here to this campfire with my fast travel pack. I'm going to hop into Bauer Babel. Say goodnight to y'all and thank you for your time. Let's I keep hearing that on the PS5 this loading time is so much faster, and that's good to hear. I'm glad there's some level of improvement. I hear also the draw distance is pretty solid, so let's see.
I bet those traitorous Oseram will just conveniently lose their own.
Crack a manual save here to end the night. Let's see. I mean, well, guys, we're close to 55 hours in a couple weeks. That's just hard to believe. I just can't get over it. Let's see. We're 54 hours, 17 minutes, and 28 seconds in. Let's get Corella off the screen. How about that? Because I don't care at all about it. What I care about are my games that I'm playing. Okay, that was under media. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been nothing of an abject pleasure. What an incredible way to end this night. We're at 5 hours and 45 minutes. We hit almost an 8-hour stream last night. I got weekly content coming up on my YouTube channel. not just on Horizon Zero Dawn, but all console games far and wide. I appreciate you guys taking the time to hang out with me. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you tonight. I got a $40 donation, which blew my mind out of the back of my skull. Thank you guys so much for that. Yeah, I've met a lot of really cool people. Love just kind of hanging out. That's what this channel is all about. Sharing this incredible medium with the world at large, and then talking with one another about how it's impacted our lives, and then just spending time together and sharing life together. Thank y'all for everything that you do. I mean that. Stay tuned. If you haven't already, click that like button, because that's honestly for this channel, as I continue to grow, that's the most important thing that you can do for me. Just click that like button. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe, and then you got that little bell notification button. If you click that and drag down to all notifications, anytime I go live, right? And I go live 2 different ways. I do this full-blown Bauer Arsenal stream where I've got all the lights going on, and I got multiples. There's one, right? Here's another one over here, and I got another 2. I got my capture card going. I got my PS5 on, all that good stuff. Full blown. Whenever you see me go live and you see Arsenal streams, that means you can see my face. You can interact with me and all that good stuff. But then I also do stealth streams where maybe I've got my 2 girls with me and I can't, go on camera or whatever it is, or like focus totally, or put the girls on my wife, because as long as I'm doing an Arsenal stream, I'm totally disconnected from the rest of my family. So sometimes it's stealth streams, and when I'm going to do stealth streams, because this is a large game and I'm going to just continue to play through it, I'm just going to do side content, right? You guys have given me great feedback when it comes to what to kind of do on the stealth stream, what you'd like to see in the full Arsenal stream, and it's just overwhelmingly do the main story content for the most part, or at least if you're going to do any level Bauer on the main story, just make sure that we can interact with you and kind of see your face. So that's what I'm going to do moving forward. But check out my videos on YouTube, not just on Horizon, but also on Judgment. I released a video on that. I've talked about PlayStation 5 in the past. I've talked about Braid, all these other things. If you see a video on my channel that is short, that's less than, let's say, the live stream hour, 2, 3, 4, or whatever, take a look at it. And if you think anybody will enjoy that content, best thing you can do for me is share. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the like and the comment, and seriously guys, just stay safe, stay healthy. Happy weekend. We'll see you here very soon on the next stream here on BauerKillz. God bless you all. Have a great night and take care.